I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Friday, July 18th, 2025. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But as always, the list is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more. For my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway will be a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. The other giveaway we'll be doing today is when we get to 50K likes, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages us live to push it out to those who have not received it before. So thank you so much for helping to do your part in sharing these messages. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to catch that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. But before we get started today, first and foremost, most important question, how are you doing today? Scale of 1 to 10. There are no wrong answers. How are you doing today? Good to see you, Adina. Guys, make sure that you give Adina a follow. I had an absolutely beautiful podcast with Adina, a little bit like, I guess that's like, what was it? It was last year. You can find it over on my Substack. You can also find it over on Adina's page as well. Grand Rising, Heather, good to see you too. Oh, Adina, I just saw your message. I'm sending you so much support on that journey, dear. I hope you're doing well, and I'm sending you so much support during this time. Not well. I know retrograde has me ready to throw emotions. We're going to talk about it, guys. We're going to talk a bit about a lot of this energy that we're experiencing right now. We are effectively in retrograde. I'm just describing it as retrograde season right now. I feel like that's the best way to kind of to work through it. It's not going to be forever. Okay. But like, we're going to talk a little bit about how to navigate through some of this energy. I know it can feel very turbulent. Grand Rising, Grace, good to see you as well today. And thank you for those heart me's. Sending you so much support as well, Grace. Good to see you, K Megan. Let's talk a little bit about what we've been seeing in these cards. And let's talk a little bit about what we've been experiencing energetically. So we are deep right now. We are in retrograde season. I'm going to just call it that. We're going to call it retrograde season. Why are we calling it retrograde season? We got a bunch of planets that are in retrograde. We've got Neptune in retrograde right now. We've got Saturn in retrograde right now. We've got Mercury in retrograde right now. And at the end of the month, on the 30th, we also have Chiron that's going into retrograde. This can create a lot of heavy energy. It can create a lot of intensity. It can create a lot of having to work through the space of frustration. It can also feel like a lot of the space of things not necessarily feeling like they're going the way that one would anticipate or hope them to go. This is what we often experience with retrograde periods. But, one of the things that we want to talk about through going or navigating through energies like the ones that we're currently experiencing is working into the pathwork of intention. Now is a really, really good time to not let yourself feel overwhelmed, to focus on lists, be very attentive in relationality to getting things done, being very thorough, okay? Being very methodical. All of these things, I know they feel difficult when we're going through energy, much like what we are now, but I'm telling you that ability of doing so is going to kind of help, because particularly One of the things that we're understanding and working through right now, especially with the fact that shortly we're going to be moving out of Cancer into Leo, is building into the space of finding our own energetic confidence, or working into the space by which we're able to articulate and amplify the things that we energetically care about. This is having a really big impact depending on where one finds oneself on the frequency cycles. Now, and for masculine and feminine energy that are in separation right now, this is a continuation of some of that work that we were seeing in relationality to working through temperance lessons. Why are we articulating the fact that a lot of the energy right now in separation is working through temperance lessons? That observation of what it is that one is trying to do better, being able to recognize and identify where that work is, putting that force of intention there, right? This is that same space that we talked about working through the space of the self. And even when it doesn't necessarily feel, even when it doesn't feel like it's the most easy thing in the world, right? Allowing that to effectively motivate you or build your own sense of intentionality going forward. I'm going to tell you right now, some of this retrograde energy that we're experiencing, right? It does have a bit of a tendency of the desired effect of making oneself feel like feeling that hardness towards the self, being too hard on the self. But this is why we are also seeing that when we're able to kind of transmute that or move that into a space of deepened intention, it allows the context by which we are able to set our force of determination in terms of what it is that we're working to improve upon. We're seeing this a lot right now for the energy in separation, because you'll recall that we talked about the fact that there are two different modalities that are occurring right now in separation. We either have the experience of doing that work on the self, identifying what one is trying to do better and finding new ways of doing that. Even through, right, even going through the retrograde, even going through a lot of that space where we get too hard on the self, even going through the part of the retrograde that often makes us feel that sense of like the deepening of intention. We talked a lot about that as well in relationality to what we were experiencing coming out of that Capricorn moon. And when we're going through experiences like this, right, the retrograde in combination with that Capricorn full moon, it can put a lot of that intensity or a lot of that focus. It becomes very hard not to just focus on what's going wrong or we're being too hard on the self. But this is why, and this is like allowing for a lot of that work of Leo season to kind of come to being. The ability of bringing that force of intentionality and compassion first that allows the possibility to be able to do something in a different way, right? This is all of that work that we were talking about in relationality to allowing compassion to be the fuel to help you through any of that heaviness that we may experience during the retrograde cycles. And we're seeing that for a lot of the energy right now in separation, feeling like one is in the thick of that, right? The thick of the retrograde, the thick of being hard on the self. That compassion that we're able to find in that moment allows us the perseverance to be able to move something in a way that it feels like it is an energetic honor to carry. Again, Mercury retrograding in Leo. We're also seeing that for a lot of these relationships that are coming together at this time, that same sense of perseverance, right? Feeling like you're on the ropes, feeling that sense of being very hard on the self. We also understand that often when we're holding ourselves to high standards, we can be very hard on ourselves in the process. But again, the message that we're effectively having, and I kind of like this to a certain extent, because this is a bit of the easement point that we're having. And you'll remember I mentioned that this Mercury retrograde is going to feel a little bit different than they typically do. Like that sense of being able to be easy on the self, to even potentially recognize the standards that one is raising on the process of moving towards one's higher self, especially as it relates to relationship. We see that there's a lot of that energy right now that may be working through the ability to articulate to another what that force of investment means in relationality to the self, right? There's a lot of that observation that we're seeing as it relates to the hard work. I'm even seeing that for some of those relationships that are coming into being right now, that ability of identifying the hard work, the ability of talking through those difficulties, this is allowing a lot of those breakthroughs, because it's the ability to be able to navigate something, but to do it in a different fashion, right? That is kind of the gift that we sometimes have during the retrograde periods, right? I told you, it's like that modality or those moments where we feel like we're at a breaking point, and then suddenly, boom, we find that point of energetically flourishing. So I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy, being able to talk about that, right? Even in the space of being able to identify something that one would have done in a different way, but that one is working to change right now. There's a lot of that context of adaptability by which we see that these are those relationships that are building on the strong foundation in recognizing how hard it is to be able to find those pathworks of change, but also holding each other in the process of doing so. Now, this brings us to a lot of that energy of those magician partnerships that we talked about that were forming from about the time that Mercury and Venus woke up behind Neptune up until we had that solstice period that we just recently experienced. For a lot of the energy right now, you'll remember that this is kind of a continuation of where we saw a lot of those relationships were working through. And they were kind of like ahead of this to a certain extent. We saw to a certain extent that some of those magician partnerships were serving as a precursor to what we see that a lot of the energy and separation may be experiencing right now. Because that modality or that moment, like working out of the frustration and finding the sense of energetic fervor, there's a lot of the energy right now moving deeper into divine union that is able to amplify and articulate what it is that one is setting their intention on. And I keep on seeing like that conversation that we saw. You'll remember that for a lot of those relationships, being able to articulate upon what one is trying to do better, and in the same time having that clarity of intention, the relationship by which you're able to see and have the embrace of the counterpart that holds you in a place of one's own authenticity. This is a lot of the frustration that may have previously been encountered that is moving into fervor. Because what do we talk about when we have fervor? It's the intentionality by which we're able to set our intention upon something in order to bring about a sense of change within the self. And so we almost see that for a lot of the energy right now, moving deeper into divine union, working through that, having gone through a lot of that last week, this is the energy that's like building into a lot of that intensity, because it's the ability by which the energy is feeling the frustration, but then feeling the easement of the frustration eased by the stability of the energetic partnership that builds the further into the relationship. It's the further that moves one further into partnership. Now, this brings us to a lot of the energy right now that's deep within divine union. And you'll remember that for a lot of that energy deep within divine union right now, these were a lot of those chariot partnerships that were forming from about the time that Mars stationed direct up until the time that Mercury and Venus woke up behind Neptune, I think about March. So for a lot of these relationships right now, this is having to feel a lot like perseverance, right? Not being too hard on the self, kind of going steady or identifying a way to be able to do something difficult, but in a consistent fashion. So for a lot of the energy right now, we are identifying it's deep within divine union, that ability of being able to articulate and define, to figure out what is energetically necessary to bring forth within the self. We see that that's a lot of the energy kind of coming into that space of basically learning more or trying to do something in a different way. But a lot of that, and I feel like that's why we're seeing that there's a lot of that energy that's working towards the pathwork of patience. Because when we're trying to learn to do something in a different way, we have to be very patient with ourselves, because that's the patience that pays off with the gift of perseverance. All of this is to say, I know that there's a lot of this intensity that we may be experiencing right now with all of these energies in retrograde. I also recognize that when we have a lot of these energies in retrograde, there's a big tendency of feeling very, very hard on the self. I want you to make sure that you are leading right now with love. Make sure that you're allowing that sense of compassion to lead you forth in relationality to communication, and make sure that you're being very intentional upon how you're communicating. Because I'm telling you right now, like some of that intensity, right? Like it's a lot. There's a lot of that pressure that we sometimes have when we have so many planets in retrograde all at once. But that's why we're going to effectively allow the communication of love to kind of fortify us through us as we continue through this experience. That is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. Now, if you would like to catch that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. But please let me know in the comments how this energy is impacting you personally. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings. One moment. Also, we are doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a giveaway to the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway. The other giveaway we will be doing today is when we get to 50K likes, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective as well. So thank you guys so much for tapping that screen. Also, when you tap the screen, it pushes this live out to those who have not received it before. So thank you so much for doing your part in helping to share these messages. Also, please welcome our mod Kay Megan in today. Thank you so much for all of your help, Kay. Kay's comment is pinned at the top of the screen. Make sure that you give Kay a follow. We want to make sure that we're supporting each other across the platforms. And thank you. Good to see you as well today, Reese. And how are you doing? Again, Little Vamp, sending you so much support right now. I know it's some of this energy. And again, sending you support as well, Grace. Hi there, dear. Good to see you. And Marisol, thank you so much for those hearts. Kay, today was the anniversary. Oh, sending you support as well, Kay. Raise his hand. On all of the days, hold on a moment. And all the places they showed up. Oh my goodness, dear. Sending you so much support, Kay. Had to ask them not to go there again. Sending you so much support, Kay. Happy Friday, Per. Good to see you. Oh, sending you so much support. That is a very difficult situation to be placed in. Hi there, Phoenix. Oh, I slowed down just in time, both sides. Oh my goodness, Phoenix, be careful. Yes, I don't normally remember my dreams, and now I know the intersection. This is what I mean right now. Right? This is what I'm talking about with all of this like heavy retrograde energy. It can feel like a lot of pressure. It can feel like a lot of intensity. But again, being able to work through that, allowing a lot of the Leonic journey to help us, the ability to understand and recognize what we're putting our force of intention in trying to repair, remediate, or to heal. Happy to read for you on that dream as well, Phoenix, if you'd like to get on the list with it too. Hi there, and thank you for sharing the live, Kay. I've got you on the list as well, Per. You are second on the list today. If anyone else would like to get on the list right now, you will be the 3rd person read for. And thank you for sharing the live, Per. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Little Heart Hawk, thank you for the gifts as well. And thank you as well, Grand Rising Channeling, Kay. I crashed out, but my communication was polite and direct. But here, I need to point this out. Like I think you should be really, really proud of yourself in the way that you communicated something so difficult. That's exactly the type of work that we're talking about right now during this type of retrograde energy, right? The ability to experience something that would have like effectively like creates that sense or that force of frustration in us, but allowing that context by which we're able to like find our energetic bearings. Finding our bearings right now, like I feel like that's going to be the watchword as we're navigating energy such as this. Little Vamp, intentional. I'm unhinged at the moment. Sending you so much support, Little Vamp. Thank you. Lag and looped, hold on a moment. Lag and looped 6 times, and notice the heart maze aren't working consistently. Retrograde time. Thank you for letting me know, Phoenix. That's important for me to be able to know, though. Thank you. And if you're having experiences or difficulties like that right now on the app, I would encourage you to try to restart it to see if that's able to fix it. Mimi, thank you so much for the follow. I kind of want to get one card. If you want to get if you want to get on the list, just let me know, dear. Happy to add you to it. You should be proud of yourself. Not even the heart maze are safe from the retrograde. It's not. I'm not surprised to see I'm not even it's just the way it goes. That's how we figure it out right now. And there you go. Thank you there for the follow. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective. You have to understand, Julia. It's not because of the Mercury retrograde. I keep on trying to say this to everybody. You know, I know that everybody wants to like throw the direction or throw the shade right now on the Mercury retrograde, but it's a confluence. It's a confluence. It's not the Mercury retrograde's fault right now. It's a confluence of retrogrades that we're having happen right now. It's a confluence. We got Saturn in retrograde. We've got Neptune in retrograde. We got Mercury in retrograde. We got Pluto in retrograde. We've also got Chiron going in retrograde in a few days as well. I'm going to keep on saying it right now. Compassionate conversations, leading with love, allowing that positive force of intention to guide you forward right now is going to help. Yes, the universe is like, y'all need to slow down. Exactly. Just like slowing everything down all at once. Exactly. Beautifully said. But again, and thank you as well. Yep, it's because the clock app is doing sending you support on that, Phoenix. As I mentioned, and I got you. Yes, Agnes, I've got you on the list, dear. Yep, you are the first one on the list. You'll also have an additional card today. Good to see you, dear. As I mentioned, for those who are just joining us, the list is open. If you would like to get on the list right now, you'll be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on myself, on my site, on myself. You can book private readings on my site. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, I'd like to thank everyone who attended our recent class on the Devil card. It was such an interesting, amazing class to be able to go through with you guys. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, August 13th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on, I am so excited for this class, the Tower card. I feel like I know the anxiety. Listen, I know the anxiety related to the Tower card. You know, we often talk about this here. I know that often it is considered one of the most feared or reviled cards in the tarot, but there's a lot of really intriguing messages to be found within the card. And we're going to talk about the symbology of the card. We are going to talk about the history of the card. I'm going to walk you guys through spread applications, how you can read that card in any direction that it may appear in your own readings. I'm also going to be presenting you a unique spread to help you channel the messages of that card in your own readings. And if you would like, all you would like to do, and for those who could not attend the recent class in person, the recording of this week's class is now available to my paid subscribers. All you need to do if you would like to find that class or receive or have access to that class is head over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid subscriber, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up for our classes, but if you wanted to catch up before our next class, this is a beautiful, wonderful time to join, because you've got almost a whole month between now and the next class to be able to brush up on any of those previous classes. You will also have access to a one-on-one mentorship class with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned or studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my Substack, not only will you receive a discount on the whole year's worth of classes, you will also have full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. That is access to over 16 hours worth of material in an ever-expanding library. You will also have access to If you choose to receive it, a one-on-one mentorship class with me and the other students where I will meet with you. Well, we have a one-on-one mentorship class with me where I will meet with you personally, not the other students. They're not a part of the personal class. I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your personal tarot goals moving forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. You'll also have updates on my mystic meditation articles. I just wrote one recently on how to navigate this Capricorn full moon that we just experienced. I'll be writing one shortly about working through the Leo new moon that we have just on the horizon. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to offer dream interpretation readings. You can purchase these per dream or as a series. If you purchase the Dream Interpretation Series package, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, we are going to get started on personal readings. On the Daily Collective in the next few minutes, followed by personal readings. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving those recaps. One moment, please. Mimi, thank you so much for the follow. And one moment to, please, Angie. Oh, thank you, dear. I'm going to be pinning that comment here. Angie, thank you so much for that. Angie says, I did a private reading and I highly recommend it, you guys. I needed it before the retrograde. I really appreciate you, Angie, and I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day and hope you are well. And thank you for sharing the live as well, dear. You're so welcome, Kay. Alex, thank you for joining us, and thank you for those heart me's. Not even the heart me's are safe from the retrograde. The retrogrades will get you. It's like a whole gang of them. Yeah, it's fine. You're welcome, Mimi. And the return, thank you so much for the follow. I know. I closed the app. It didn't help. Oh, it restarted your phone. Oh, jeez. Phoenix, I'm sending you so much support. I hope there's a solve there. Yeah, I'm chill during the Mercury retrograde, but this energy is something I'm telling you, it's because of the other retrogrades that are, it's like a retrograde storm. It's just a lot of them. It's a lot of them all at once, you know. Grand Rising, Miss Bexka, good to see you today. And thank you for those gifts, Phoenix. And you were the first person, hold on a minute. You were the first to be hit with this retrograde as well. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, we can't spell the whole thing. Exactly. Phoenix, no one is. Julia, thank you for getting on the list as well, dear. You'll be the 3rd person read for today. No one is showing up to the class in person. What? Okay, that's fair. All right. Are we really going to be splitting hairs like this right now, Phoenix? In the midst of a retrograde. You know what I meant by in person. You know what I meant by in person. It's fine. It's fine. I understand. I do see the drum. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right, where were we? I'm trying to catch back up. Hi there, Andrew. How are you doing today? Thank you for the follow. And Magenta, thank you for sharing the live as well. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's Daily Collective in the next few minutes. If you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the fourth person read for if you get on the list. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first giveaway will be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. We are already at 8.5K. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. The other giveaway we'll be doing is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the Daily Collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck in winning that as well. All right. That said, we will be getting started on today's Daily Collective read in the next few minutes. Miss Bexka, thank you so much for getting on the list. I will add you here. If anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the 5th person read for. Before we get started, though, why don't we warm up with a bit of an intuition check? Nicole, thank you for getting on the list today. You'll be the 5th person read for. If anyone else would like to get on the list right now, you will be the 6th person read for. I'm also looking for Emmy Boo. Is Emmy Boo here? I'm looking for Emmy Boo because I know Emmy Boo also won the 150K giveaway that we were doing on Wednesday. So I just want to make sure, if Emmy Boo, if you're here, let me know if you would like to get on the list or not as well. That said, well, before we get started, why don't we get our intuition muscles warmed up with a bit of an intuition check? I've got an animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. Oh, thank you, Emmy Boo. All right, I'm adding you too. All right, I've got you number 6 on the list as well. All right, actually, no, you know what? You should be first because you were on yesterday. So Emmy Boo, I've got you first. Perfect. Okay, wonderful. And if anyone else would like to get on the list right now, you will be the 7th person read for. Okay, perfect. All right, I'm going to count back from 10. Go ahead and put your insights in the comments. And when we get to 1, I will be revealing the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It was the swan. Thank you guys so much for participating. We will do that after the Daily Collective read. Hi there, Rosie. How are you doing? Thank you for letting me know that you got on the list too. I'm going to confirm you in just a moment. All right, bear with me 1 second, please. And just a reminder, if anyone else would like to get on the list right now, we've got 4 spots left for today before the list will be closed. 4 spots left. All right. My intuition left the universe. I saw Purr wrote down rodent. I do not think hares are rodents. All right, where are we? Yes, okay, and thank you, Emmy Boo. I've got you on the list too. Excellent. I'm going to read the list right now, Minnie, as well. Just bear with me a moment. Okay, hold on. We got to do a little shifty shift on the list right now. So just bear with me a second because I'm going to rewrite it so that there's absolutely no confusion. Okay, just bear with me a moment. All right. Okay, so 1 second, please. Got you there. We've got 7. Yes. And then we've got 8. Okay, perfect. All right, we've got 2 spots left for today if anyone else would like to get on the list. The list we have right now is Emmy Boo, Agnes Per, Julia, Ms. Bex, Nicole, Lacey, and Nicole. If I have not named you and you have gotten on the list, please let me know so I can confirm that I received your donation and we can add you to the list. And if there's anyone who's on the hold list who would like to be added to the list, please let me know as well. For anyone else who would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the 9th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of, yes, Jacques, I was looking for you. Okay. We were looking for you the other day. I've got you on the list as well. You have been added from Wednesday's list. We've got one more spot available today. If anyone else would like to get on the list, please make sure you do so sooner rather than later if you would like to secure a spot on the list. All right, where were we? I was just reading back, and thank you, Andrew, for the follow. One moment, I'm just reading back. Okay, I saw you say, I think you posted something that I missed. I think I saw something about you saying the retrogrades got you in a blender. Bluebird or blue animal, not sure even if it's in the deck. I like that, Miss Bex. Welcome to those joining us. All right. We are learning so much about the animals from the animal cards. This is true. Yes, excellent. Yes, and Minnie, if your name was not listed, please let me know. Yep, just checking. Hold on. You saw this comment. Which one did I see? We're all under the learning tree together. I don't think so. The retrograde's making me say that. Oh my goodness. All right. Which comment are you? Yeah, I said, yeah, that's what I was looking for. Before I started the animal spirit, I just saw the word blender. I was like, the universe is trying to jam me in a blender. Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Kay. All right, friends, as I mentioned, if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, we've got one spot left before the list will be closed for today. Anyone who gets on the list after that will be added to the list for tomorrow. We're also at 15.2K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure that you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Also, we're doing a reading giveaway for whoever gives the highest gift between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that as well. Rosie, I've got you on the list as well, dear. I'm going to just put your, there you go. Thank you so much. And just one more reminder too, if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? All right. Welcome, everyone. Happy Friday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Friday, July 18th, 2025. First 2 cards in our 5-card spread for today. May I please have the first 2 cards? First 2 cards we are starting our day off with today are, yep. Let's get through it, my friends. We've got here, oh man, this is wild. We've got here the Queen of Cups in its reversal in combination with our Queen of Wands in its upright. Let's talk about this. This is important. Why is this important? Because we saw these 2 cards in our recent reading. Both these cards were in the same direction in our last reading. So this is like, welcome to retrograde season is what I keep on saying. Welcome to retrograde season. And the thing with the retrograde season is I want to just kind of talk about it. We're going to work through it. There's a lot of that emotionality here, right? Like retrogrades can do a number on our emotions. They can create a lot of volatility. Okay. It can also create a lot of that feeling of energetic frustration, right? There's a lot of that expansiveness. And I need to point this out. If you are feeling this right now, it's not just the fact that Mercury is in retrograde. Okay, it's like we've got, let me list off right now. Let's go through the list. You guys ready for the list? Let's talk about all the planets in retrograde right now. We got Neptune in retrograde. We got Saturn in retrograde. We got Pluto in retrograde. Mercury just went into like retrograde, and it's just like at this point, it's like the icing on the cake. And just if you didn't feel like you had enough retrograde energy, guess what? Chiron's going into retrograde on the 30th. Okay, what can happen with a lot of this retrograde energy? It can create. I know you forgot about the Pluto one, didn't you? It's been retrograde for a while, but what is the experience that we can often start to feel when we're going through retrogrades? We can get really, really hard on the self, right? We can feel pulled in a lot of different directions all at once, okay? It can feel energetically isolating. But that's why, and I will keep on seeing this, and I actually kind of point out like the one benefit that we have right now, and the thing that I keep on seeing, the thing else you have to remember is that a lot of this energy that we are experiencing right now that's retrograding is retrograding in Aries. It's retrograding in Aries. So it can be it can create a lot of, you can feel the effect of feeling like you've got a lot of different things happening all at once, feeling like you're being pulled in a lot of different directions, and then feeling very, very hard on the self in the process. But this is why, and I feel like this is kind of a benefit that we're having right now with the fact that we've got Mercury sitting in Leo during this retrograde cycle, which is the ability to be able to move, like to give the self compassion, right? To start with the compassion of the self, like, and I keep on seeing the journey of being kind to the self, right? The ability that one takes a moment, the ability to be energetically intentional. It can be a fortifying time. It's not a time to be triggered, okay? It is absolutely not a time to allow oneself to be energetically triggered. And I know that even in the space of me saying that, like I'm not like with all of like with all of the planets, with all of those planets right now that are in Aries, I'm going to tell you that it's the kind of energy that's like, get triggered as a little treat. You know what I mean? It can feel like that modality of that moment of how sweet it can be to allow oneself to feel energetically triggered. But when we're able to be fortified by it, right? When we're able to understand our energetic force of intention, then it's the ability that is basically able to kind of identify and articulate upon the meaning of the things that have meaning to us. And this is the heart of like a lot of these new relationships that are forming right now, especially, and I'm going to tell you, like, we've got a lot of feminine energy out right now, but I think that there's something very important in the fact that we're starting today's reading with so much feminine energy, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. Because I keep on seeing that for a lot of the feminine energy, that ability to articulate, like that ability to be able to talk about what one is trying to do in a better way, like this is allowing the context by which we're able to identify and recognize and work to fix or to work to heal the self, right? Now, for a lot of these relationships that they're forming, I mentioned that these are those temperance relationships. So for a lot of the energy right now, it is not just the ability to be the authentic point of self, but to understand what one is working upon. So for a lot of this energy, I either see that this is the energy that's working in separation with the invested effort on the self, that feels like the invested effort that we put upon ourselves gives us the benefit of the healthy relationship. It's what we bring forth with us. I also see that this is actually a lot of the masculine energy that is working very tirelessly in being able to navigate through their own energetic emotions, right? That ability or that force of intention to be able to speak towards something in a way of not allowing the emotions to trigger, right? But almost like that ability of understanding that the way that we honor the emotions is by doing to do the investigation within the self as to what the emotions are asking for. This brings us to a lot of the energy that's moving deeper into divine union. And I keep on seeing, and I got to tell you right now, like when the reason that we're seeing, and I'm going to tell you, like, because we know this about retrogrades, a lot of the space of retrogrades can often be the articulation point upon the past, right? But what I like about some of these relationships that I see are coming together during this time, it's like the painful past that fortifies, because this is not the energy that's holding on to their past bitterly. This is the energy that is allowing the past to be able to shape the present by recognizing and identifying what it is that they are trying to do better. Center card in today's spread, we have here our Four of Pentacles in its reversal. Now you'll recall that we talked a lot about the fact that, we talked a lot about the fact that for some of that energy that's moving deeper into divine union right now, some of that work that we see, these magician partnerships that we were talking about, were forming from about the time of the solstice period up until the time that Mercury and Venus were stationing direct behind Neptune, right? The relationships that were prioritizing the authenticity of the self as the foundational point of the relationship. What's happening for a lot of that energy is the ability to heal from the past in a way that they never have before, right? And what's difficult about that is, again, it's not this fact that they're looking upon the past and they're not seeing things there that hurt them. Potentially looking at, and I want you to see, understand that it's like we've got a situation right now for a lot of that energy moving deeper into divine union, where the ability to feel the appreciation, the ability to feel that amplification of love and partnership, right? Not the relationship that builds into the potential, but into the authenticity of what they find there. For a lot of the energy doing that work, there's a lot of potential frustration that's coming in relationality to observing the past. But it's that same work that they're doing in terms of releasing it, because the energetic relationship itself is serving as that anchor, right? It's the observation of the ability of being able to see. And this is what's beautiful about it. They're not only seeing themselves in a way that they never have before, but they're looking at the past through a new set of optics. They're looking at the past in a way that they haven't before as well. So a lot of that amplification, I keep on seeing, it's allowing for a lot of robust conversation. And it's a conversation that fortifies. But I also see, like, again, a lot of that emotionality that is potentially feeling released in that space, but also in the context of being able to heal. Fourth and fifth cards in our 5-card spread for today are, we have here our Three of Pentacles in its reversal in combination with the Emperor card. Wow, let's talk about it right now. This is the conversation that we're seeing right now for a lot of the energy deep within divine union. And you'll remember that for a lot of these relationships, we were seeing that a lot of that relationship energy is still very much where those chariot partnerships that we saw were created from about the time that Mars stationed direct up until the time that Mercury and Venus went direct behind Neptune. For a lot of those relationships, the stabilization point was the reliability of counterpart, right? The ability to feel the reliability of a relationship that does not require one to have to put one's perpetual force of intention, understanding where it's going. So for a lot of the energy in that space, the reliability that they're finding in the context of partnership, it's working through energetic hurdles. It's doing things in ways that one hasn't done them before. And I got to tell you again, it's not the fact that there isn't this heavy impact that we're seeing that is occurring as it relates to the force of like all of this retrograde energy that often puts that feeling of intensity on things. But what we're effectively seeing that's occurring in a lot of those modalities right now is that ability. I keep on seeing like that ability to be able to be energetically practical, the ability to identify and recognize what one is putting one's force of intention to. Like a lot of that energy I see is like concentrating and focusing on efficiency, because it's the efficiency in trying to do something in a way that they haven't done it before. And that's bringing them into the modality of potentially trying to come into the space of being the perpetual student, right? There's a lot of, I keep on hearing like there's a lot of that, it's like a lot of that readjustment is what I keep on seeing. Like there's a lot of that, I keep on seeing like the adaptability and being able to do something in a different way. And I keep on seeing it's also feeling like a little bit of this force of, how do I describe this best? Um, like combining different solutions, like working towards each other in such a way that it's like I want to see this, like, it's articulate. Like, I want to show you kind of the differentiation point between how masculine and feminine energy is navigating through this, because these cards in combination are very beautiful. So I want to show you the feminine right now, and for those who are listening on the podcast, I'm holding the Queen of Wands with the Four of Pentacles in its reversal, right? So this is a lot of the feminine energy that we see right now that is working through. Like, do you see this? Like, this is taking unconventional approaches that create the spaces of new ideas. So there's a lot of this, like I told you, it's like a continuation of that percolation that I was talking about, that we were finding a lot of the energy deep within divine union upon. For masculine, this is like, this is very, very similar in that way. There's a lot of alignment right now between masculine and feminine, bearing in mind, again, this is not based on gender, but what it feels most aligned to. But for a lot of the masculine energy right now, this is like new approach kind of energy. This is like, being very energetically adaptable. This is working on something in a new way. And it feels a lot too, like I keep on seeing it's like there's a lot of that. I keep on hearing it's the conversation that allows the ability of new ideas to spring forth, right? Like I told you, it's a lot of that kind of new ground energy. Continuing to get clarification between our Queen of Cups in its reversal and our Queen of Wands in its upright. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Clarification coming through right now with the Tower card in its reversal. So let's talk a little bit about this Tower card in its reversal that we're identifying here. The thing that we want to kind of remember, and I think that this is really important when it comes to like navigating through like retrograde energies. I cannot stress to you that now is not the time to take something energetically personally, okay? Because what do we see that's happening right now? We've got a like like a storm of retrograde energy happening. We've got Saturn in retrograde, we've got Pluto in retrograde, we've got Neptune in retrograde. It feels like it's like working through something in a way that feels like it's very hard to do it, right? It's also, I also see like it's creating a lot of that feeling of things that sometimes like slip, or things that feel like they're like you're not having enough time, like Saturn. Like, the thing about it that you have to remember is like it's not just the fact that Saturn and Neptune are in retrograde right now, but they're in retrograde in such close proximity. It can create that feeling of not feeling like one can keep up with things. But that's why, again, if you're able to be patient, right? If you're able to be energetically considerate, right? The understanding that you're not the only person feeling that, right? It's the vibe. I am here to report to you that the vibes are a little less than immaculate right now, right? It's the ability by which we appreciate and we understand that ability of doing so. Like, when we honor how hard it is to work under certain conditions, then it becomes an honor to kind of carry that weight, right? It's not the feeling of feeling hardened by it. It's the energetic feeling of being fortified through it. So that's what I keep on seeing that's potentially happening right now. For a lot of that energy doing that work, it's the ability to be understanding. It's the ability to be energetically flexible that creates the space by which things become possible. And that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the relationships that are coming together right now, right? That is the point of appreciation. Remember how I mentioned the fact that for a lot of that energy doing that work, like that sense or that feeling of being like not being too hard on the self, right? There's almost the conversation I see forming in some of these relationships where the energy is being hard on the self and the other energy saying like, take it easy, right? Like, don't, like, if you're trying to do something, like, make sure that you're not suffering under the weight of your own of your own energetic standards, because we talk a lot about this here, right? We talk a lot about the path work of healthy, like working in the space of what feels energetically positive is not one that feels like we're overreaching at every moment, right? Because when we overreach, like that's often how we sometimes get too hard on ourselves. But it's also not being too much in the space of the ego. So that's one of the things that I keep on seeing that's occurring during these times is there's a lot of that force of compassion that is the heart of a lot of these new relationships that are coming together at this time, right? And a lot of it, I keep on saying a lot of it is almost like fortified by worry, right? The anxiety point or the frustration by which one is able to articulate and amplify what one is trying to do better, that allows for the effective breakthrough point as it relates to being able to like understand and to be patient with the self in the process. Now, continuing to get clarification right now between our Queen of Wands in combination with our Four of Pentacles in its reversal. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Yep, there's that hangman, man, these cards right now. Like the hangman in its upright, right? It's working through the energetic frustration, right? It's working through a lot of that intensity. One of the things I keep on seeing that's happening right now for a lot of those magician partnerships or the energy that's moving deeper into union is that ability of I keep on hearing this is the energy that is finding a new, like a whole new realm of healing that's coming to the surface based upon the appreciation that they're finding in the healthy relationship, right? The observation of the another who articulates and identifies and sees the work that we do, right? That identifies and recognizes how difficult it is. And that's why I keep on seeing like that is the energy that like I want to see this. Like, do you see this overwhelm that we see is occurring right now for a lot of these energies that are moving deeper into union? Like this is the fervor by which they look towards each other, because it's the energy that even as they're navigating a point of frustration, they're also learning how to project that frustration on each other, right? They're like, it's like I keep on seeing there's a lot of that energy that's working into the space of helping another person understand how they feel is not as it relates, like if they're feeling more, I keep wondering if they're feeling more irate, it's not because of the partnership, but it's what the partnership is helping them see with more clarity. Continuing to get clarification between our Four of Pentacles in its reversal in combination with our Three of Pentacles in its reversal, we've got here our Moon card. And then and I gotta tell you right now, like this is what I mean. This is what I mean about this energy right now. Like these three cards in combination, like they're no joke. Like look at this. Like the Tower card in its reversal, the Hangman card, and the Moon card is like I want to kind of articulate it. It's working through our anxiety. It's working through our fear. But when I keep on hearing, when we're able to articulate upon our anxieties and fears, we immediately are in the space by which we can heal it. And for a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, that same energetic force, like I keep on seeing, like there's a lot of that conversation that's happening right now, deep within divine union, in relationality to being able to amplify and articulate the gift and the beauty of healthy boundaries. Why do we see that right now? Because especially, and I like to point this out, hangman energy can sometimes talk about where we effectively articulate something that is energetically important to us, right? And this is why we do that healthy work in understanding the self, because when we understand ourselves fully, right, we don't move in accordance to our fear, we talk upon it, right? It's the conversation by which we find that strength or that force of stability or security. So I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, that ability to articulate energetic meaning right? It's like the space by which the space by which we set our hearts is talking about what's energetically important to us. So I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy doing that work right now, like there's a lot of that energy that I can almost see the energy talking about the energy that is like the work that we do that is most unhealthy is the space by which we try to avoid the self, right? And this is why I keep on seeing that for a lot of that energy deep within divine union, the expansion point of building into a relationship is one that not only do they work to understand themselves and to know themselves, but they also feel the healthiness of the relationship that gives them that different perspective, that gives them that different like observation, because there's something about the ability by which to be able to articulate and amplify and to be able to see something in a better way that is the articulation point or the amplification of clarity. So I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, like the appreciation point and being able to I keep on hearing like work towards something in such a way that the manifestation goals change, but also in the space of changing, they're refining. Like this is what I meant about like this retrograde season. Like there's a path work through it, but the path work through it is one that requires that invested contemplation of the self in order to be able to define and articulate how one is trying to do something in a way that feels like it's energetically expansive. Continuing to get clarification between our Three of Pentacles in its reversal in combination with our Emperor card in its upright. Can I get one card to clarify, please? We've got that Two of Wands energy that has been like, I'm going to tell you, this Two of Wands has been something else because like it's all about healthy communication. And I want to kind of fortify, like I want us to tell you, like, how do we get through a retrograde season like the one that we're currently experiencing? How do we get through Neptune in retrograde, Saturn in retrograde, Pluto in retrograde, right? Mercury in retrograde, Chiron going in retrograde in like just like a few more days. Communication, communication, communication. The ability to amplify, the ability to articulate, the ability to be able to define and give meaning to things. So I keep on seeing, and that's happening across all of the frequencies right now. Because again, I keep on hearing when we're working through the space of our fear and we're working to heal it, we articulate upon it. When we're not in a healthy space, we take our fear and we try to project it. We try to react to it. We try to move through it. So that's why I keep on hearing like this is a lot of that space wherein we see like the throat chakra almost getting clear, because like it's a lot of that. Like I feel like this is going to be a great retrograde for clearing that throat chakra, if you will, is what I keep on seeing. Because it's like the amplification and the articulation that is also invested in the pursuing and understanding of the self in the process, right? The ability to give something meaning or the ability to be able to articulate on something in a better way. Continuing to get clarification between our Tower card in combination with our Hangman card. And these two, I got to tell you right now, these two cards, in combination, this is some heavy stuff, okay? We've got here the Eight of Wands in its reversal. Now, this is very important when we're seeing this, because it's the conversation that effectively amplifies in relationality to, and I keep on seeing this, like healthy spiritual context is not one where you stop caring about things, is what I keep on seeing. You know, I feel like there's something really important that's healing right now for some energy in separation, right? And a lot of it has to do with, I keep on hearing the difference between the journey of the self that requires the investigation in terms of like what is difficult for us versus the energy that tries to energetically avoid the work, is what I keep on seeing, right? It's like I keep on hearing there's like a conversation that's happening right now for energy and separation as it relates to like what I like to call like earmuff energy, right? Like the space by which another person is like la 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 la, like not wanting to communicate upon something because I keep on seeing like it's not, it's like the healthy spirituality is not one that requires you not to face things, is what I keep on hearing. The healthy spirituality is not one that says like, oh, I don't like, it's not one where you abstain from things that are difficult. It's the ability to be able to articulate and amplify upon it that allows the context by which we understand where we're trying to put that sense of work. And that's why I keep on seeing this is like an important conversation for energy and separation to be navigating, right? Because I keep on seeing that there's some energy and separation right now, that is working. I keep on hearing there's conversations that are happening right now for energy and separation as it relates to what, like the definition of what is energetically healthy. And this is the thing that's important that we often identify is what can be healthy for one person might not necessarily feel energetically healthy for another, right? This is why we talk about the healthy of the relationship that is fortifying is one that is on the amplification of mutual direction, right? The investment point as it relates to what it is that one is working upon. Because when that work is mutual, anything is energetically possible. But when it feels like you're trying to fix different things, it can often create that like tug of war energy in an unhealthy relationship, right? The energy that feels like it's like one of those situations where it's like one person is like trying to fix something and another person's trying to take it down, right? So that's why I keep on seeing that. That's what I meant about the energy right now in separation, either doing that work to observe those limitation points. There's a lot of energy right now in separation that's doing a lot of work as it relates to introspecting upon their past. But what I like about what I'm seeing for a lot of the energy right now in separation, doing that introspection, is it's the energy that introspects upon that to identify what they're going to be doing better going forward versus what they're working to energetically release, right? Because I keep on seeing that, like, I keep on hearing, like, there's a lot of that conversation as it relates to healthy communication. And I keep on hearing the healthy communication isn't the space by which I keep on hearing, we just agree for the easement point of it. We agree because we're mutually energetically invested in something. And I keep on, like, this is what I meant. Like, there's some deep healing that's happening right now for energy and separation as it relates to pathwork of honesty. I keep on hearing, like, the difference between honesty and flattery is honesty is the ability to articulate upon something that we deeply understand versus the space of an energetic flattery is saying something just to energetically go along with something. And so there's like a nuance here that I keep on seeing that is potentially happening in separation because I keep on hearing, like, when we're in healthy relationship, there's no flattery, which is the space by which we say we don't articulate upon something because it makes each other feel good. Because I keep on hearing flattery is never good because it's not nourishing, right? And often when we experience flattery, it makes us scared it makes it harder to be able to trust honesty. So that's why I keep on seeing that for like a lot of the energy doing that work, there's a lot of that space by which they're able to articulate and identify what it is that they're working on doing better. Now, continuing to get clarification here, for a lot of the energy that's moving deeper into divine union, clarification between our hangman and our moon card. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Clarification coming through with our Ace of Cups in its reversal. So let's talk a little bit about the energy that is moving deeper into divine union. Because remember, and I feel like that's what's becoming like for some of this energy and separation. Remember that I articulated that these were those temperance partnerships. There's a why are the temperance partnerships talking about that unease that they're experiencing? Because they're building trust with each other in the process. They're articulating upon what they're trying to do in a better way. They're trying to they're like literally they're like I almost hear the energy like apologizing for their anxiety, but they're also giving that experience or the chronicle of the history that they've worked through that is creating like the space by which they're talking about their own anxiety and fear in relationality to like healthy relationship. Now, this brings us into the energy that's moving deeper into divine union right now. As I mentioned, those magician partnerships, like this is like the outpouring here. Like what I actually feel like there's something happening right now for those energies moving deeper into divine union. That is like this is a lot of that emotionality coming forth as it relates to being able to articulate and to talk towards the emotionality. Like I've almost got like this is giving me like a little bit of like floodgate energy, but they're saying it's like the floodgate of emotion because it's the energy that's feeling a lot, but they're also not projecting the rough energy on one another. They're basically I keep on seeing the energy. It's like they're trying to communicate why they're feeling a lot of emotionality. And it's because of the alignment of the love that they're experiencing in partnership, right? The ability to feel energetically appreciated that allows that context by which they're able, like I just keep on talking, I keep on seeing it's like there's a lot of that fervor that's happening right now for a lot of that energy deep within divine union, because it's the energy that like feels a lot and some of it's difficult, but the energy saying like it's all energetically worth it because it is the clarity, right? The clarity of the partnership that is allowing them to heal in a way that they couldn't heal before because they're seeing things that they couldn't see before, either within the self, like the ability to identify what it is that they're working on, or something outside of the self. While for a lot of the energy deep within divine union right now, clarification between our moon card and our two of wands in its upright. One card to clarify, please. There's that six of swords. Man, this spread today, if you're following us on the podcast, make sure that you take a moment to head over to the Substack to be able to see the spread. There's something, how do I explain this for the energy deep within divine union right now? For a lot of the energy deep within divine union, there's something really important and valuable that we see is occurring, particularly in the realm of working on, and I gotta tell you right now, I'm gonna just say this, like I'm gonna say this in like a big way. We should never assume things, right? But especially in relationality to like right now, because with all of this retrograde energy, it's very easy to get caught deep in the feelings of a moment, right? And the moment feels like it's all you've ever known, right? Because again, here's the thing with like Neptune on top of Saturn, right? It's that energy being like, I will never not stop feeling this way. Just give it a minute, right? Is what I keep on seeing. Because remember, there's a lot of things that are happening right now, and everybody feels like they're in some kind of space of energetic catch up. So that ability of not being, I keep on hearing like not being too hard on each other, like as we're working through that, I keep on seeing it's like the vitality by which we're able to bring new, I keep wondering that the vitality by which we're able to bring new possibilities towards us via the recognition point of, I keep on seeing like the work that we're identifying and working upon that allows us to bring forth new solutions. So I keep on hearing like for a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, there are potentially conversations occurring as it relates to efficiency, right? Like it's working through the frustration of not having enough time. Like Mercury, like again, Mercury, like Neptune and Saturn on top of each other, right? And saying, how can we do something more effectively? How can we do something in a way that becomes more energetically efficient? So I keep on seeing that for a lot of that, like it's giving a lot of that space of being able to amplify and articulate new ideas, continuing to get clarification between our Eight of Swords in its reversal in combination with the Ace of Cups in its reversal. Woo, we've got that wheel. Like this really is. It's a lot of that. There's got to be a better way kind of energy is what I'm picking up right now for a lot of the energy deep within divine union. Like there's a lot of that energy. I told you, it's like a lot of that like deep thinking is what I keep on seeing. It's a time of like working through the hurdle of tangible limitation to try to come into the space of a deeper energetic solution on things. And this could potentially be on something that you're working on. This could be in communication with counterpart. This could be working on schedules. Like there's a lot of, I keep on seeing like there's a lot of that adaptability there. But I like it because it's the adaptability that frames the context of possibility. Um, while for masculine and feminine energy that is moving deeper into divine union, I'm just identifying that for a lot of that energy moving deeper into divine union, like this is what I meant in relationality to the relationship itself acting as the point of ballast, right? Like this is the energy that's coming into the space of being able to see truths that are often harder. Like, so I keep on hearing, like, when we are in a grounded space, we can understand the hard part. We can see something in a way that we couldn't see it before. And that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now, coming, like moving deeper into divine union, this is an emotional time, but it's also very affirming because it's the observation of the healthy relationship that helps us see either something that we could have been doing better in the past, right? The note that we're taking to ourselves, like with ourselves, to be able to fortify and build forth with in a better way, or something that we experienced outside the self that we are no longer, like we're no longer, I keep wondering the past that is behind us that we're able to observe because of what's before us. Continuing to get clarification between our Ace of Cups in its reversal and our Six of Swords. One card to clarify, we've got here our Death card. So for a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, I mean, in separation, I just want to show you the cards that we're seeing in some of these relationships that are coming together during this time. Because we've got here that Wheel of Fortune energy with the Death card energy. And it's the conversation on transformation. Like, look at this. Look at the, like, this is what the temperance relationships are looking like right now. And it's either happening in this modality for energy that is in separation, doing that work on the self, or for the energy that is building into new relationship, right? There's a space by which there's the amplification point in being able to articulate upon what it is that one is trying to change about the self, right? Because this is what we talk about as it relates to like the healthy space by which we're able to navigate and do the work of the self, right? The healthy space is one that is about authenticity and aspiration, right? It's not just enough, right? Let me talk about this. It's not just enough to be in one's authenticity, right? Because that's a stagnant place, right? It's not enough to be able to articulate upon the authenticity of the self, but being able to also amplify the aspiration is what one is working on doing better, right? Because that is what we talk about in relationality to the moving towards our energetic bliss state, right? And the bliss state is not one that I keep on hearing that doesn't just rest within the self. It understands that that is a perpetual journey of energetic becoming. So this is a lot of the energy I kept on telling you with some of these new relationships that are coming together, right? Either someone doing the work, again, we've got Venus in Gemini. So either we've got two different modalities right now in separation. We either have the energy that's continuing to articulate and say, like, the journey of finding the self is finding the authenticity of the self, but also working towards that aspiration of self. Because this is the energy that says the confidence of saying that if one is working on the authenticity of self, but you're also aspiring for that higher self, then the possibility of encountering alignment on that journey, it's not, I keep on hearing, it's not possible, it's inevitable. Is what I keep on hearing. It's not just that it's possible, it's inevitable, right? It's moving oneself into the spaces by which one is like, it's almost like the energy that finds themselves, and they find the energetic counterpart in the process of the discovery of the self. Or these are energies that are building into relationship, actively talking about what they're trying to do better, what they're trying to increase within the self, something that they're trying to expand upon, and something that they're trying to move away from, right? While for a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, this is talking about things that are energetically fundamental, right? This is like a conversation about fundamental things, or the articulation point of something that is energetically important, is what I keep on seeing. Final card for today's spread between our Wheel of Fortune and our Death card energy. This is an intense spread today, my friends. What do we got here? We've got, oh man, surprise. Of course. We've got our Five of Wands. We've got our Five of Wands here. So I'm just going to tell you, okay? With all of these planets in retrograde, the vibes feel far from immaculate, okay? Like, I listen, you are not the only person feeling this right now. We are in the thick of it. We are in the thick of retrograde season. It can create that feeling of being frustrated with itself. It can create that feeling of being frustrated with others. It doesn't help that like a majority of those planets that are retrograding are all sitting in Aries. You know, it's that type of energy that's like, you know what would feel good right now? You know what would feel good right now? A little, you want to go trigger back to your past version of self? Do you want to go back to that past version of self? Do you want to go do those, like, you know what I mean? Like the space by which you feel energetically triggered and you feel the easement, like you feel like that, like like planets in Aries would be like, they don't know how crazy. It's like they don't know what you've healed from. Like it's a lot of that kind of stuff. Like, they must think that you're a different person. It's a lot of that type of energy is what we're kind of seeing right now. Right, the understanding that like the space to be like energetic, that when we're working in a healthy space, the ability to be the kindness that is the energetic choice, that is not to be confused for weakness. It feels very heavy on those keys right now, is what I keep on seeing. But that's why I want you to kind of work through, right? I want you to kind of work through the path work that we see that we're approaching, like as we're moving towards Leo season, right? Because I keep on hearing the same message that comes through. We don't honor the emotions by just doing whatever the emotions dictate from like one moment to the next. That's not the space of honoring the emotions. Okay? That because emotions, like emotions aren't fixed to things. All right? We honor the emotions by being able to introspect upon what the emotions are asking for, right? The emotions that motivate us forward into energetic, decisive action. Because that space by which we're able to amplify and recognize what it is that we're trying to do better, as my throat chakra is like closing up, what it is that we're trying to do better, right? What it is that we're putting our force of intention on, right? And the ability to like articulate upon vulnerabilities in the process. So I keep on seeing, and this is a continuation of a lot of the lessons or a lot of the work that we saw, that we experienced during that very intense Capricorn full moon cycle in Cancer, which is the observation of being able to recognize and understand our energetic vulnerabilities that allow us the ability to put that force of intention towards them, right? The ability of trying to do something in a better way, right? The betterment of the self that becomes blessed, because when we're trying to energetically better the self, it is for the betterment of those around us. So I keep on seeing that that's a lot of the energy that's like working through a lot, like it's like a lot of that frustration point, identifying and articulating. I keep on hearing better, not bitter, right? The space by which we're able to amplify and articulate what has energetically hurt us, but not projecting that outwards, like almost moving deeper within the self in the context of identifying and recognizing what it takes to heal. It's rough on those streets, right? It's rough on those streets of the self. It's really easy and it feels really good to project, but it's also the reminding point of understanding that like when we feel frustration and anger and we project it outwards, we just create more trauma, right? The ability to identify and to be energetically motivated in a way that we're able to effectively articulate like what it is, how we effectively choose to do something, is also articulated by how we won't allow ourselves to be triggered by things. And I keep on seeing that for a lot of this energy. I'm going to tell you right now, like I feel like there is some energy right now in separation that may be experiencing those moments of feeling the, like I keep on hearing the ability or desire to potentially seeing the possibility of moving back into an unhealthy energetic cycle, right? Like this is what we mean when we see all of these planets in retrograde, right? Like this is often what we talk about when we talk about the retrograde period sometimes being difficult. And especially what I keep on saying, especially with all of these planets in retrograde right now, like that ability for a lot of the energy and separation to potentially see an unhealthy cycle in the past and recognize how easy it could potentially be to move back into it, right? Like that is the energy that is like working through the self. But then again, it's in the observation of it that almost creates its own energetic barrier, because it's the intentionality by which we see something and say that's not that's not the continuation of something that one wants to perpetuate, because we understand that life is effectively all about cycles, right? We never move away from the cycles that we find in the experience of life. But when those cycles are positive, reaffirming, it feels like an energetic delight. It feels like something that allows for that state of bliss, right? The harmony that we experience in finding those grounding aspects of the self that feel like they reaffirm the quality of the way that we interact with those around us. But when we're in the unhealthy relationship, it can feel like a roller coaster. And even in the separation and continuation process, that in itself becomes an energetic cycle. So this is why I keep on seeing that there's a lot of this energy that's healing. And the song that they're singing in separation and healing is the observation of them being able to tell the difference. They're able to tell the difference between the energetic cycle that feels like it is nourishing, feels like it is grounding, feels like it's energetically stabilizing, versus the ones that create that feeling of energetic confusion within, that feel like that amplify the fear, that amplify the energetic uncertainty. So I keep on seeing that for a lot of that energy, like moving away from something and the clarity of what one was experiencing, feeling like it's even more profoundly observed. Like that's what we mean about like kind of having the energy right now of a lot of this, like a lot of this retrograde potentially bringing a lot of energy into breakthroughs. But the breakthroughs that I see, it's like the breakthrough that is the articulation point of holding oneself from a point of love, holding oneself in a deepened state of compassion. And that's the energy that I keep on seeing is working towards the change, even if it's difficult, right? Leo, Mercury and Leo, right? The compassion we give ourselves, that becomes a blessing to everyone around us, because the compassion we give ourselves is also the compassion that we often reciprocate to others in the process. So there's a lot of that energy here. And I feel like it's a lot of that energy of forgiveness. But I keep on saying it's the forgiveness by which everything is energetically possible, because it's the energy that's like working on the process of forgiving the self first, right? And that's the energy that, like, and I either keep on hearing for the energy in separation, it's like working through the pathwork of forgiving the self, that is not like the space of saying it didn't matter, but the resolution that one sets, right? The change in one's person that allows the ability of making sure that you're doing something in a better way. This brings us to a lot of the energy that's moving deeper into divine union, because we're seeing that for a lot of that energy moving into divine union right now, there's a lot, I keep on hearing, there's a lot of that frustration coming through. There's a lot of that, even like a lot of that retrograde energy, a lot of the feeling of the past resurfacing, or almost feeling more new emotions attached to a past that you can now see with more clarity. But is this the energy that's running back into those experiences? No, it's the energy that's feeling, look at these cards, deeply fortified in the healthy relationship that allows them the context of seeing a past that they could not see before in a way that they never could observe it. So I keep on seeing that that's a lot of the energy that feels it's like the energetic, it's like the amplification of emotions, right? It's the feeling, the ability to feel more, that is almost fueling the fervor of the energy in the partnership, because it's the energy that feels safe to feel those things, right? The ability of feeling appreciative, that's almost activating them into being able to readdress what they experienced in a different way, right? Because it's the energy, I almost hear the energy going, this feeling of being appreciated, I just need a minute because I've never experienced it, and it's changing the context by which they are observing things, right? It's like the energy, it's like everything is being reorganized within them as a result of what I keep on hearing, the mutual appreciation of the nourishing love. While for masculine and feminine energy, deep within divine union, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what it feels most aligned to, I'm going to tell you right now, for some of this energy deep within divine union, it feels a little hermity in here. And the reason I say it feels a little bit like hermit energy for the energy deep within divine union is, I just keep on seeing like this is feeling like hermit energy, because these are the energies in deep within divine union working through personal hurdles, is what I keep on seeing. And there's definitely, like, I almost identify this, there's a lot of alignment that we're seeing in relationality to those circumstances or those relationships. But what we're effectively identifying that's occurring for a lot of the energy deep within divine union is looking at the hurdle of the self in a new way, right? The observation and being able to recognize something, to be able to, I keep on seeing, like, refine, to be able to be more efficient. I keep on seeing that for masculine and feminine energy right now, it's a little bit of like, putting heads together, is what I keep on hearing, like putting their heads together to try to come through with new solutions as it relates to being able to do something in a different way that gives you more time. Is what I keep on, it's like I keep on hearing, like, time is the subject right now, deep within divine union. And I'm not surprised to hear that, given the fact that we've got like Neptune and Saturn on top of themselves, like on top of each other right now, going through a retrograde, which is like time, like Saturn and Neptune in retrograde together is like, how do we get more feelings but less time? It's like, how do we get more feelings but less time? How do you amplify the good? But like like with, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's a lot of that, like, pathwork of energetic distillation. Bottom of the deck, yeah, three of swords. I know. Listen, we're going to talk a little bit about this. All these planets are retrograding in Aries, and Aries has a little bit of a tendency. There's a little bit of a song that those with Aries placements often enter with, which is, I am the old, nobody knows how hard it is. I am the only one going through this. This is the only thing, right? The isolation, right? That often is like a big like theme in Aries placements, like that feeling. I know it. Like, it's like, it's like that moment. It's like you're the only. It can sometimes feel, and I like to point this out. When I'm talking about the cycle of Aries, I often talk about the fact that Aries enters feeling like they're the rebel without the cause, right? It's a world against them. But then it's the understanding that when Aries recognizes that everybody feels like that, right? It's the choices that we make as we navigate our loneliness that articulate the space by which we become like we help to like celebrate energetic uniqueness, right? It's the force that we give back with the understanding rather than one that makes us feel like we're energetically isolated, right? And this is why I like to point out, like, Aries often start with like, if you can't handle me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best, versus the Aries that that maturates and says, if you can't handle me at my worst, I don't blame you. That's ridiculous. We're gonna, right? The ability to identify where the work goes that allows the context by which we're able to kind of heal. So I feel like the difficulty that may be happening in some of the things that are demarcating all of this retrograde energy is I keep on hearing the energy saying, oh, they must have forgotten that they're encountering the healed version of the self, which is the observation of being able to appreciate how much it takes to be energetically kind, right? It's like, oh, you must have made a mistake. It's like, it's a little bit of that. But that's why I keep on saying, remember, we are all going through that. We are all experiencing that, right? And so when we're able to be energetically appreciative through those moments, when we're able to amplify and recognize how we're trying to do something better, and I'm going to tell you even now, like some of this energy makes us all a little scatterbrained. Like, I'm just going to straight up tell you, I want you to think about the fact that there is a quality of all of these planets being in retrograde that can make us all feel a little bit of scatterbrainedness. But when we understand that we're all going through that, then we're able to effectively offer that point of consideration that becomes its own point of celebration, right? The ability that we don't get defensive about it, but that we just allow for the space of being able to focus on what we can do energetically better. So I want you just to keep that in mind right now as you're working through things. Like, try to channel frustration into constructive places. That is is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you so much for being here and experiencing it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, you can book one on my site. Please keep in mind, if you book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you would like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a personal reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I would encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who attended our class this week. If you missed our tarot class this week on the Devil card, you can still tune into that class. If you become a paid subscriber, the class and the course materials are available on my Substack. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, August 13th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Tower card. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid subscriber, have access to as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. It's not necessary to catch up for each class, but if you wanted to, it is a great time to become a subscriber, because you've got about a month before our next class, which will give you ample opportunity to bone up on anything you'd like to study before that class. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned or have studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my Substack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you will also receive full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. That is access to over 16 hours worth of material in an ever expanding library. You will also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your personal tarot goals moving forward. One of the things I tried to do with these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. You will also have access to my Mystic Meditation articles. Those are articles that are focused on what we've been seeing energetically in article form through the cards. I just wrote one recently about navigating this Capricorn full moon that we just came through. I finally want to let you guys know tonight that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also for my students that are seeking more if you're seeking a more consistent tarot experience, I'm happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. You can purchase these per dream or as a series. If you purchase a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. The list right now is closed. If you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you will be the first person read for. Oracle Erica, congratulations. You got our highest gifter today. Alex, you came in second, so you will have an additional card in your readings. In your one-card readings. If anyone else, as I said, the list is closed for readings today, but if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you will be the first person read for. You will also have an additional card in your reading if you would like to reserve that spot. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was giving that reading. Also, friends, we are at 39.3K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective in the form of a random drawing. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages this live to be pushed out to those who haven't received it before. So thank you so much for doing your part in helping to share these messages. Alex, and guys, please thank K Megan for all of their help today, and make sure that you give K Megan a follow. We want to make sure that we're supporting each other across our platforms. Alex, I know this retrograde, it's not even, you got to say it's retrogrades with an S. It's plural. It's a herd. It's a herd of retrogrades. Help. It's going to be fine. Miss Pineapple, thank you for the follow. The vibes are on. The vibes are less than immaculate. It's not, we can get through less than immaculate vibes. Welcome to those who are joining us across the other platforms. Hi there, Greg. I'm so glad. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages, sending you support on your journey. And thank you as well, Rosie. Today's reading felt spot on for me. Thank you. You're so welcome, dear. And thank you for getting on the list. I look forward to our personal reading shortly. The list, as I mentioned, is closed, but if anyone else would like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. Melly, thank you so much for the follow. Hannah, thank you so much for those heart knees. Happy Friday, dear. Hi there, Millie. These vibes are making me want to throw myself. No, 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 Millie. Move it into something productive, okay? I know, it's intense. But listen, focus on your list. Like, look, we sometimes get a little bit of help with what's going on with the full moon. What is the Capricorn full moon telling us to help us through this period? Be methodical, right? Don't get stressed. Don't get overwhelmed. Just not like one thing after the next. Just right. Like, I'm going to tell you right now. That's what I was saying before we started this collective, right? Like, let the moon placement inform you in things that will help through this energy. What do Capricorn full moons tell us? Methodical, right? One thing at a time. Just prioritize. Don't get ahead of yourself, right? Like, just allow that space, okay? And again, especially with like the fact that we're moving into Leo season, and be compassionate for yourself as you're being methodical, okay? TGIF, indeed, Alex. Which part of the reading am I? Well, we just finished the personal. We just finished the collective, dear. We're about to get started on personals. And thank you for sharing the live, Melly. 1212, Alex, tap to claim. Hi there, user 632. Greetings, Team Lasana. Thank you for those heart puffs, Alex. Surrender to change. Yeah, right. But I need to point this out, Bex, right? It also says to me, surrender to possibility. Not just surrender to change, because you have to understand Tower in its reversal. Surrender to possibility is what I keep on seeing. You know, the change is coming, coming, right? And so it's like working through the space of what's energetically possible. Yep. Thank you as well, Unique. Yes. Yes, change coming quick with positive results. If we do, in fact, like, again, so it's that space by which, again, and I want to say, allowing that context of being energetically adaptable and understanding that surrender does not mean giving up, right? Surrender means being able to amplify and articulate upon what it is that one is doing, like where one is putting one's force of intention, right? Yes. Hold on a minute. Yes. I love that. And thank you so much, Miss Bex. The retrogrades are helping us figure out what we want and what we don't deal with anymore. Couldn't say it better. Beautifully, exactly, beautifully stated. I guess for that we can be thankful, even if it's hard at first. Exactly. And I think like that's the thing about it, right? Like, it's like working through our own frustration. But when we are able to work through frustration, right? When we are able to work through frustration, what do we find on the other side of it? Possibility. Soul healing. Thank you for the follow. Yes. I like that. Again, and I feel like, again, it's not even like surrendering to our fears, right? It's not about surrendering to our fears. It's accepting that we have them, right? It's being able to almost energetically face them, right? Because and I need to point this out. Sometimes when we're facing our fears, it feels like we're energetically surrendering to them, because it's the space by which we are acknowledging and understanding that they exist, right? This is all, I told you, we're about to move into Leo season. That's a lot. This is often what we find with those with Leo placements, right? Leos are always like, it's that space by which we understand it's how, like, the ability, the ability, that the way we move through things, that is a gift to those around us. Julia, this is exactly the conversation, hold on a minute, I had with my boyfriend the other day. Thank you for also confirming this reading, sending you support on that journey. Very resonant. Thank you, Miss Bex. And Bess, thank you for the follow, dear. That checks out for my relationship as well. Thank you, dear. Alex, to assume makes, exactly. This is not, listen, we don't ever want to assume, but I'm going to tell you right now, this is not a retrograde season to be assuming anything, is what I keep on seeing. I'm really trying to embrace the hangman energy. Don't assume, be curious, be open. I know it's not easy right now. I know it's not easy. Yep. So instead of assuming, exactly, I should be curious. No, that's a good, like, well, I'll point this out. That's a good way to approach scenarios and situations right now, because right when you make an assumption, right, when you assume that that's the reason, what happens on the other side of it, like working through anger, working through frustration. But when you're able to navigate it with the space of saying, for instance, like, what can we do to do this in a better way? How can I effectively help you, right? The observation of allowing the context of wanting to do something in a better fashion that allows the space where new possibilities arrive. Perfect example. Yeah, there you go. That's a beautiful, like, look at that. That's a beautiful aspiration of it, right? Like, that's a perfect example. Not letting yourself get into a space of like nurturing a hurt, but working towards a better solution. Thank you as well for being here and receiving these messages. And thank you so much, Leonora, for resubscribing. Good to see you today. All right. We're gonna fight. No, we're not gonna fight about it. Avoid fighting about it. Yes, I know vibes are chaotic right now. I know. But what, again, we take a lesson from the cat moon. When things feel chaotic, what do? We get intentional. We get methodical. Heal me. Thank you for the follow. Queen, thank you for the follow as well. I still love that, Chiefs. Every time you posted it before, more glitter, less bitter. I love that. Yeah, absolutely. I ain't going back to the streets. I love it, Kay. Good to see you, dear. Yep, that's what I feel right now. And thank you for the recharging your heart knees soup. Good to see you today. I'm all right. It's been a crazy day, but good to be here. I'm glad. Thank you so much again for all of your help today, Kay. All right. Nikki, welcome. It's good. You know where to find it. Good to see you, dear. Hope you're having a beautiful one. We are a lot of drama. I mean, listen, I'm allowed to say it. I got a lot of Aries. I got Aries placements. We know we can be like this, you know? We know it can be like this. That's so me. Yep. Yep. You're either writing for me or get away. I like that, Alex. Yep. What a dope gift to have reading Soulmate's Priceless Journey. Appreciate. Thank you, Unique. Come on. Good to see you, Nikki. Yay. Alexandra, so validating. You're so welcome, dear. So good to see you as well today, too. Yes. Great collective. Thank you, Alex. Channel frustration in positive, constructive areas. Save my life. Tap to claim. So glad to hear that. Continue to do that work, Unique. Thank you so much. I appreciate you too, Team Lasana. All right. Hi there. Ad Astra, what's up? What would be the assessment of our current tarot journey entail for that mentoring session? Okay, so you want more information about how the mentorship works? So typically, my mentorships can go in a lot of different ways. If you come towards me for a tarot mentorship, then what we're going to do is I'm going to assess where you are on your tarot journey, like how you're addressing, how you're working with the cards, what your history is with the cards, and then we're going to talk a lot about what you're hoping to aspire, like what you're hoping to find with the cards. For instance, whether that's something that you're just looking for the space of personal investment to understand the self better, if you have the desire to potentially read for others. It's more, you have to understand that like working with the tarot, it's not just kind of a one it or done it. I try to help to understand what you're seeking in the cards to help to customize an educational experience that helps you build a better attenuation point to the cards. So something that feels unique to you to be able to help kind of further your own spiritual or personal practice, if that makes sense. So typically when I do a mentorship, like the first class, like the first one we have, we'll build into a better assessment of what your personal spiritual goals are. And then the rest of the classes are kind of like, that's the curriculum that I kind of build from there. I hope that helps, dear. Thank you for that beautiful question. And thank you for the donuts and gifts, Alex. Yep, I got it, Erica. Congratulations, Erica. Thank you. Thank you as well, Eros. The gift contest just went right over my head. The technologies really aren't technologying. Oh, really? You're not the first person to say that right now, Nikki. We had a bunch of people before the live started saying the clock app was being finicky right now. I'm not surprised to see it. We got like 1 billion planets in retrograde right now. You know, it's a lot of measure twice, cut once kind of energy, guys. It's a lot of measure twice, cut once. All right. Yes. Yes. Put one foot in front of the other. Exactly. Very much so. Hi there, Oracle. Yes. No, I can take, it's up to you, dear. So I know the list is long right now. You'd be number 11 right now on the list. So it's entirely up to you if you want to be on the list at 11, or if you'd like me to push you, I can put you right at number 1 right now for tomorrow. I leave that entirely up to you. Yep. See, everybody's and issues with autocorrect. It's okay. Yeah, we should be read today. Yep, absolutely. I hope that helps. Tate! Oh, were you? Yeah, you did. I was looking for you before. When were you? Give me the day you were on the list, dear. Were you on the list on Wednesday? I think I had you on. Can you just confirm? Cleaning today. Beautiful, beautiful way to use this energy right now, Alexandra. It's my new motto. Legs up on the coffee table vibe. Yes, very much. I know the dreams right now. I mean, the dreams are probably going to be intense, Chrissy. I would not be surprised if there's people from the past showing up there a lot right now. Like I keep on hearing a confluence of a bunch of past things all in one place. It's that type of energy. You know, it's a lot of it's like a confluence kind of energy. Yes, you are the chosen one. Okay. Yes. The same. It's the Aries stellium. I feel like it might be easier for those with Aries placements right now. Honestly, listen, here's the thing. It's like I gotta tell you, with those with Aries placements, this year has potentially been like knowing this all too well kind of thing, right? Like it's the being able to work through the force of intention, even beyond your own triggers. Ugh. And sending you so much support right now, Kay. Thank you for letting us know, and thank you for letting us be here to support you. All of them. Sending you support. And Hardy, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Be still, but still, yes. It's been a day. Wednesday. Thank you, Tate. You sent it over V? Can you just confirm if you sent it over V? Yes, come on. Oh, yeah, just okay, you take your sweet time there. All right, computer. Oh, I love this. All right, where are we? Okay, where are we? Yes, Wednesday. Thank you. Sorry, I was telling my computer to take their sweet time. That wasn't directed to you guys. It's like the computer. Oh, the technology. Isn't it fun? Yes. She missed our hey boy, hey son banter. I missed it too. What did I miss? Oh, because it was too when you guys. I sometimes miss the conversations that are happening when I'm first reading. Yeah, your Aries placements are like yeah, that's pretty much the feeling right now for anybody with Aries placement. And that's the problem with Aries placements right now. It's like it would feel real nice. You want to go a little unhinged? You want to go a little unhinged as a little treat, a little treaty treat? All right, where were we? Everybody with my Aries placements, be nice, okay? Be nice. I have heaps of Aries placements, and it's been rough, but just started my Saturn return, sending you so much support, Kay. I'm going to blame it on that. All good. Oh, I had to get Nikki up to speed. Yes, thank you for letting me know, Tate. I got you. I'll add you to the list today. Okay. We are going to get started. The first person we are reading for today, you're like, oh, no. No, that's not how you start a conversation. All right, where are we? First, we're going to get started on our readings right now. The list is closed. If you would like to get on the list for tomorrow, you will be the first person read for. Also, the first person on the list will also always have additional cards in their reading as well if you want to get on the list for tomorrow. The first person we're reading for today is Emmy Boo. Emmy Boo, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. We're also at 42.5K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. Make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Before we get started on that reading, let's warm up with a little bit of an intuition check. I've got my animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. When I get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The hair. Thank you guys so much for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right, we're reading for Emmy Boo. All right, where are we? Hi there, Greg. How are you doing? You sent me, I think you sent me a personal. I apologize. I haven't reached back out to you in relationality to scheduling. If you have a time, if you're in a time zone that's hard to schedule a reading with me, just email me is probably the best way. The thing is, like a lot of these apps, it's not great to communicate with me there. But if you email me, we can definitely talk about it. Grace Strega at the mail that starts with a G. And we can try to work a time that works well depending on where you are. That goes to anybody who may be international. I know that there's a small window that I'm available for readings. I'm just putting that forth. Thank you. And thank you for your patience. All right, where were we? My South Node and your Saturn are in Aries. Oh, Lord. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're that's like knuckle cracking energy, right? That's a lot of those, like, I like to point out with an Aries, you can always tell you, like, certain Aries will give you warnings, man. Aries will always say, I don't fight. Pay attention. When an Aries says, I don't want to fight with you, it's typically because the Aries is, remember, Aries will never say can't. They will say don't. Aries will always say, I don't want to fight with you. Yes, I can't with the typing. Yeah. Excellent. Did Saturn already move back into Aries again? Oh, it's everything is retrograding in Aries right now. You know, it's not good. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. All right. I'm giving up. Don't give up, my specs. Don't give up. Is there even a monkey? I don't think there is. My favorite is when you guys just name animals that if you've been here a while, I'm like, in what way, shape, form, or idea have you ever seen that animal appear in any of the cards I pulled? I appreciate your hope that there are animals that you have not yet seen. One moment. Okay, where were we? Hair bear scene. You guys with the rhyming. All right, true. It does sound very similar. I will give it that. I'm just gonna start claiming I got it right. That's what Nikki does. We create our realities. I like that. Don't say we didn't warn. Yeah, exactly. And then Aries are like, I gave them a warning. Oh, my South Node and Saturn is in Aries too. Oh, that's wild. No way. Hold on a minute. I won't start it, but I will finish it. Exactly. I'm like, I don't want to fight with you, but if you push, yeah, that's the thing with Aries. Like Aries don't like Aries are always like, I told them, like I have told you thrice, you know. And Viridian, thank you for those gifts. Stop. I'm a Libra rising too. Oh my God, that's wild. You guys got very similar placements. Crane Dragon is my favorite too. I like that one. I got no idea what animals are in that deck. You've been here if anybody does, Kay, it should be you. All right, where are we? I'm looking for Emmy. Yes, we're always the one to get yeah, exactly. All right. Emmy, did you post? I thought I saw something. Did I miss it or did it not come through? Okay, I got it. No, I see Emmy. Never mind. And I'm gonna pin Emmy here, guys. Make sure to give Emmy a follow. We want to make sure that we're supporting each other across the apps. Spirit led or animal guide. I don't know much about those, but I'm intrigued. Okay. So you have to understand the way I read animal guide is it often talks about like the animal guide that you have to channel like to navigate a circumstance or situation. So why don't we do that? And thank you. Thank you. Can I get five? Yeah. Oop, hold on a minute. Yeah, 5 cards for Emmy. Hard learning week. Thank you. Yep. And one more. Thank you. Thank you. Oh. Oh, you're not kidding. What the? This is like, all right, I'm gonna work you through. I'm gonna like work you through something that I'm seeing here. Um, it's giving me a little bit of when we're in a healthy space, we have honest conversations about things. Like we don't. I keep on hearing like we don't dwell in the land of hurt feelings. Is what I keep on hearing. You know, and I feel like there's like, and I keep on hearing it feels good to dwell in the land of hurt feelings. You know what I mean? Like because it's like, and I keep on and that's the thing I keep on seeing around like a circumstance or situation. Um, and I feel like there's something that you need to say, like there's a conversation. And here's the thing, and this is what we understand when we come into the space of maturation, which is, you know, our feelings are our feelings. I can't go into you and change how you feel. Can't go into me and change how I feel, right? We can do our best. The best we can do is we can articulate upon how we feel. But the space by which we articulate how we feel, like it's not our like we don't look to another person to say this is how I feel, do something, right? It's the ability of understanding that we come towards each other with like the conversation that is fortifying is the space by which another person tells us how they feel, but they also come towards us with the solution to it, is what I keep on seeing, right? And I feel like there's something, like, I feel like there's something between like you and another person here um, that feels like it's energetically confusing. And I keep on hearing healthy relationship is not based on the assumption of something being other than it is, right? Like when we're in healthy relationship with another, then we navigate what we have with one another with a sense of joy, with a sense of positivity. And um like that's what I mean in relationality to something here. Because I almost feel like it almost feels like somebody like gave you the download on how they were feeling. And I can see you being like, how was I supposed to know that? You know what I mean? Like it almost, it feels a little bit like I keep wondering, a shocking revelation only comes from a lack of healthy communication. They want, like, write that down. I need you to write that down somewhere. A shocking revelation is the result of unhealthy communication. I just keep on hearing that. A shocking revelation only comes as a result of unhealthy communication, which is to say that when we're in a healthy space, we don't tell each other something that we've been holding on. Like, I've been holding on to something. I've been holding on to something for like for like 10 years. Like, you know, like it's like, so like 10 years I've been feeling like this. Like, why would you feel like that for 10 years? Is what I keep on seeing. Like, why wouldn't you do something with it? Is what I keep on seeing. And that's what I keep on hearing, which is like, it feels good it feels good to, I keep on hearing something about this reading that's in relationality to, if you're also puzzling over that, I've got one of your guides saying it feels good to dwell in the realm, in the land of hurt feelings, right? Like, it's the space by which we don't dwell on things. We articulate to another how we feel, so we can do something that allows us to be able to put that force of effort there. Um, and I honestly, the thing about it, I'm going to tell you, like, the energy you need to bring to a situation has to be, because I actually drew this card for you, and they're saying it's like you have to kind of think of, I keep on hearing you have to think about something, like, I keep on hearing think about relationship, like, the space. I keep on hearing that a healthy relationship is one that is often, like, they're saying to me, it's like a horse, which is the space by which, again, you articulate upon the energetic direction, right? You pull it, you pull a healthy relationship. You don't allow someone the enough space to trip over themselves, right? The context, there's no you should have known in a healthy relationship. It's the force. I keep on hearing, like, the reason that they're saying, like, you have to bring the force of the horse into it, which is the space by which, when you think about the context that you care about someone, much like you would if you were like in the conversation of traveling with someone, you wouldn't allow someone to, like, throw themselves off of something if you know it isn't energetically safe. The conversation of telling another person that they're doing something that is upsetting you, like, that is how we protect each other from breaking things inadvertently. So I feel like there's a little bit of that sense of pragmatism that you need to bring to a situation, which is, again, that's why they said to write down, a shocking revelation is the result of unhealthy communication. Because when we're in a healthy relationship, there are no shocking revelations, because we don't harbor feelings that we've been carrying without being able to articulate upon why, right? We give each other, I keep on hearing, it's the healthy release of the honest communication that allows the possibility of being able to change something. So I feel like there's something about that I want you to keep in mind in relationality to how you're navigating the experiences of the week, which is basically to say that it isn't, it's never the space, like, a healthy conversation, the words you should have known should never enter the equation, right? Because when you say to another person, you should have known, what they're really saying is, I knew you should know, but I didn't go about telling you, right? The conversation shouldn't be, you should have known, right? The healthy relationship does not require you to be psychic. It's the energy that says we do our part to help each other do our best. We don't just sit there and then articulate upon something that we feel another person should have just genuinely cognated upon, and then tell them after the fact, well, you should have known. It's often, I keep wondering, it's often convenient to be able to articulate something that one is creating in the moment, to describe, like, I keep on hearing, like, to describe a situation. It's like I keep on hearing, make sure if someone's saying you should have known, you're saying, why didn't you tell me? Right? Now, bottom of the deck, yeah, especially with the Ace of Swords. Healthy relationship does not set each other up for disaster, right? Healthy relationship, I keep on hearing, no trap energy, which is the space of being like, I saw you doing something terrible, but I just sat there and watched. I wanted to see what you were going to do. Like, who does, like, that is not, that is something you see, like, that is something you see in cartoons. right? That is something you see in cartoons. That is something you see in the context of a space that we don't care about one another, right? The space by which we understand and we get, when I keep on hearing, when we care about each other, we do the work of the self to give each other the tools to help us, right? When we're in a healthy space, we don't harbor, we give each other tools. So I keep on saying, make sure someone is not using past experience for a reason as to why they're treating you the way that they are. Because again, when you're looking for a reason, it's when you're our standards should not be conditional on how another person treated us, right? And often when someone says, well, I'm treating you like this because you did something, that is the most dangerous place to be. Because when you are in a space that you say that um, poor treatment can bring out any validity in terms of how you act. What you're really saying is you will look for reasons to be offended to give you permission to do anything that you desire. So make sure that you're navigating spaces talking about standards and understanding that standards do not change based upon slights. Standards should never change based upon slights. Standards are standards regardless of slights, not the space that the standards that change because someone feels energetically slighted. That's what I mean. Like when we're feeling energetically slighted and we're trying to give each other tools, we talk to each other about it. We don't ruminate upon it. Thank you so much for having that reading, Emmy Boo. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need to receive these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed for today, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more. For my subscribers, being semi-LIO, please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, friends, we are at 46.5K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping the screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages this live to be pushed out to those who haven't received it before. You're so welcome, Emmy, and just taking a minute to catch back up. I'm always here. All right, it's usually more than one. Yes, that's true. We're always the one who get the blame. Yes, exactly. It's like the difficulty with the air, because Aries is like, Leo, Sun, Scorpio, Moon. You get it, Nikki. Spirit led. Got you, dear. I have no object permanence. High 5K. I'm right there with you. Goldfish. Yeah, it got buried. I got you, Emmy. I saw it. Yes. Too much. No. You don't apologize. We found it. The Sun in the 11th house. I love those placements. Ooh, Sun in the 11th house is a good place. Hi there. What? It's getting better. It's getting better though. Okay, good. I'm glad to see it. I feel like it does. It feels, I can feel something getting better. And I want you to see, remember, like progress, like it's not about holding hertz, it's about charting progress. Oh, I did. Yay. I don't know what that means. Hooray. Thank you guys for helping me get to League C3. Whatever that means. I don't know what it means, but thank you. And some chick, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Oh my God, that's relevant. Come on, Biscuit. Every time, Nikki. I sent a meme about dreams in the meme channel in the Discord. I think you'll like. Oh, perfect. Gonna check it out. Did anyone else have a busy? Yeah, it was wild last night. I felt like I went to work. No, it was, I had wild dreams last night too. I told you, it's all of these retrogrades. It's gonna be like confluence energy. A confluence. It's gonna be a lot of stuff from the past all in one place, And if anyone has a dream that you would like interpreted, you can either put that in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in our subscriber only Discord channel in the appropriate channel. You're so welcome, Emmy. All right. I felt like a lot happened I came back with nothing. That's okay, Alexandra. I can also look. I can also do dreams based on fragments. I don't need the whole dream to get to the bottom of what was happening in it. And here's the thing. Often, listen. Often when we can't remember, it's usually karmic. Like a lot of the space that we have, like dreams we don't remember, like 9 times out of 10 when I'm reading on them, it's because it's karmic. And the guides are just like, yeah, we don't. That's not helpful. You know, if you the guys, you're not bringing that one back. No, 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 no. That can stay here. All right. And thank you again. Next person we're reading for today is Agnes. Agnes, Festive. Can you let me know? Good to see you, dear. So good to see you. I hope you've been well. Can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? All right. One moment, just reading back, catching back up. All right, second call right now for Festive. If Festive is not here right now, we're going to proceed forward. The next person on the list for today is Per. Per, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. All right. Did anyone else? Yes. Hold on. Oh, wait, never. Actually, Per, can you hold? We got Festive back. Hi there, dear. Welcome. So good to see you. I hope you've been well. Okay, and Per, I've got yours lined up for the next reading. Thank you, dear. And before we start, you got a card here, Festive. That one's yours. Before we continue, we're gonna. The list is closed right now, Grace. But thank you for getting on the list. You'll be the first person read for tomorrow. Where'd my pen go? What are you doing there? 1 second. Okay. And I'm giving you an extra card as well. All right, where were we? Okay, hold on, just catching up. I love the concept of forgotten dreams. Makes me feel better when I forget. No, I'm telling you right now, we don't, like, if we forget them, there's usually a reason that we forget them. It's like every time I've done a dream reading, that's usually that there's a couple different reasons as to why. And I can also do dream interpretations to help you understand like what was what was happening within it. I was still busy getting, no, it's no problem, Per. I got you, Festive. I see you wrote specific question. It's okay. I just need the question. So I don't know. Just go ahead and put it in the comments. And while we wait, Festive, I'm going to do another intuition check. Okay. Yeah, you have nothing to apologize for. I can see you across both platforms. All right. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Look at Per and Kay with the dragon. Well done, guys. We'll do that again after the next reading. I know you said sea dragon, but you know it's close with the air dragon. Okay. All right. Excellent. You did say blue dragon yesterday. I remember that, Grace. Okay. Festive, I'm still waiting for your question to come through, dear. Have you posted it? You said specific question, but I just haven't seen the question come through. So the reason I'm saying that is in case something that you're posting is being blocked. Oh, I see it now. Okay. All right. So the question that we have from Festive is, should I email a person from my past who I feel karmically drawn to, even though I don't have specific memories, but found texts where I acted out of line? Okay, so the way we do this here, Festive, is we never put our autonomy in the cards. We never look to the cards to tell us what we have to do. But what we can do here for the purposes of this reading is I can tell you the energy surrounding a particular relationship to help you identify how best to approach it in relationality to how you'd like to move forward. So we've got one card out here. Can I please get 3 more cards? Thank you. Okay. And thank you. Yeah, can you one more, please? That makes sense. So, there's something really interesting in relationality to um, some of this work right now. And I keep on hearing that um, you have to navigate something um, very much like one would. I want you to think of it a little bit like, and this is going to kind of frame, like I keep on hearing this is how you can kind of frame the approach, but also like the decision as to how you prefer to move forward. Um, you have to think of it a little bit like soul retrieval, is what I keep on seeing. Um, and the thing about it is, um, I see a circumstance or situation that, and I feel like what's interesting is I almost see you trying to, like, I see you almost trying to like put a quilt together, if you will. You know, when I'm doing this reading. And the thing about the quilt is I see the fact that there are these like missing pieces, right? And the thing is I keep on seeing that like some of those missing pieces, um, you know, when you move back towards someone, um, and you articulate the fact that there's something missing that you're hoping to to find or reclaim, the observation in relationality to understanding that the way that you hold that work sacredly is by articulating not the need, but the possibility, right? The opportunity of saying to another person, I'm trying to understand something further. And it's entirely like there's no energetic pressure in relationality to whether that's something that would feel restorative to you or not. Because I keep on seeing the thing that you have to be energetically mindful with is, um, there may have been something that was occurring during that time that may have created wounds or may have created trauma in another person. And I keep on seeing that the thing about that is, you know, it's not something that was energetically intentional on your part, right? There's almost like the context of the person in the present being able to observe something from the past. And I see the fact that when you think of it from the context of soul retrieval, it's the space by which you can both provide clarification, um, and potentially also restoration. But I keep on hearing it's also requiring a lot of sensitivity as it relates to the fact that I keep on seeing that when you kind of go, I keep on hearing when you go to the past for answers, remember that sometimes you open doors, is all I keep on hearing. So I feel like that's what you have to kind of ascertain and navigate, right? The context between how you feel at this time, right? Are you feeling like you are in a space that is energetically supportive? Do you feel like if you are, I keep on hearing, if you are in a good place, right? if you're in a good place where you're feeling that sense of energetic contentment, then this might be a moment that you say, you know what, I'm going to kind of like just amplify and articulate like the piece that I'm trying to move towards at this time, right? But if there's something about it, I keep on seeing if there's something about it that feels painful, right? If there's something about it that feels like it bothers you, either it bothers you in the modality by which you feel like you may have inadvertently caused a wound, right? In the space that like to give another person clarification in terms of what was occurring, or if it feels like there's something fundamental there that you feel like you are missing if you don't energetically understand it, then that would be the way that you would have to approach something. And I keep on hearing it would have to be like almost asking another person for permission to help you fill those gaps, is what I see. Like almost like the space of saying like this is something that I'm asking if you be like if you would be interested in helping me with, but almost like saying to another person, but not expecting of you, right? Like making sure that you're not approaching someone demanding, but almost saying, like, if this is something that you would be willing to help me with, I would be appreciative of it. But I think that the major question that the guides are kind of putting forth to you in relationality to that is, how are you feeling right now? Is that something that feels like, is this a modality or moment where like doing work like that, and I feel like the question you need to set to like articulate upon is it going to bring stability, or is it going to bring like less stability, right? Because I keep on seeing that the question about the like what brings stability or what feels like it is stabilizing to you, like that is effectively the way that you should kind of approach the decision that you're reaching as it relates to kind of leaving something in the past and moving from it versus like potentially going towards some like someone to get that clarity, but understanding that when you like I keep on hearing when you go back to someone in that way, you might be like energetically opening the door to them coming back into your life in some way, shape, or form. And there might be a lot of, I keep on hearing there may be a lot of healing there that may be occurring as it relates to wounds that may have occurred in the process of that. Bottom of the deck, yeah, especially with the Four of Cups, I keep on seeing make sure that you are intentional as it relates to what it is that you're looking to find, is what I keep on seeing, right? Like the I keep on hearing like the worst thing that you could do is go to another person and articulate and say what happened, is what I keep on seeing, because I keep on hearing, remember, when you say what happened, like you're going to have the amplification of what occurred from their perspective, right? And that might, I keep on hearing, their perspective might not be the full energetic picture, is what I keep on seeing. So this could even say that there might be a possibility here, if you have those around you that are already like in your like that you're working through, or some like this might be something I see others around you helping you in ways. So I almost say like it might be something that would be good to take towards those who are helping you in other ways to get their energetic assessment of something too. Because something I keep on seeing here, it's like it's working. It's like I keep on hearing working through the possibilities that might help you understand, or I almost feel like I don't know why, like almost like helping. I don't know if there's an avenue here where you're doing something to try to help you remember things, but I almost see something about that here. Like making, I keep on hearing making sure you've gone through your full, like the full course of recall before you're actually in the space of having to like move towards another person to try to help you with that point of clarity. Thank you so much, Festive, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list for today, the list is closed, but you can get on the list for tomorrow and you'll be the second person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we are reading for today is Per. And Per, I believe I see that you put your information up on the Discord. I'm going to take a moment to check that, but I will take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And so good to see you, dear. I hope you're doing well. And thank you for having that reading with me. October, thank you so much for the follow. Captain, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. I swear I panicked and wrote C instead. I like that, Kay. All right. And thank you guys for helping us reach our 50K milestone. Brandy, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. I'm back home. I got back Friday. Oh, wonderful. Welcome back. Hi there, Julia. Excellent. I really like that reading. Yes, making amends is always admirable when done right. But I keep on seeing it's the space by which you're able to articulate what the force of intention is. So I keep on hearing, make sure you're being intentional in relationality if you move forward in that way, in terms of what you're hoping to energetically receive, is what I keep on seeing. Thank you again, dear. All right, present, questions on disc, general questions. I got you, dear. Just bear with me one moment. Woo! Wait, that's Nikki. Hold on. I was like, general questions. Okay, got it. All right. And we're gonna be doing Per's question in just a moment, but before we do so, let's do another intuition check. I've got our card here. I'm gonna count back from 10. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Adam, was your choice help? The animal was the seal. Thank you guys so much for participating. We'll do that after the next reading. Okay, we are reading now we've got Per. Per, is this inside T or is this outside T? And I'm going to pin Per up here. Just bear with me a moment. Okay, perfect. General question. Outside, thank you. Okay. Oh, we have to do the 50K. Wait, before we get started, let's do our 50K giveaway. Whoever wins the 50K giveaway will be added to the list for tomorrow. Okay. I am thinking of a number right now between 1 and 47. First person I see that posts the number will have a reading, free reading. The first person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. Nope. 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 Mm-mm. Nope. Mm-mm. Nope. Nope. Oh, Hannah, congratulations, dear. Thank you so much. We will do that again. We will do that again when we get to 100K. Hold on a minute. All right. All right. Congratulations, Hannah. In the meantime, as I mentioned, the list is closed today, but if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the second person or third person read for. All right, let's get to it. All right, where were we? Per. Whoop, what did I do? Okay, per. When I was about to fall asleep last night, I heard a woman's voice from the inside speaking the next sentence in French. 0, 0, 0, 0. I don't speak French, so I might butcher this. Je pour. It means there was no more sleep after that. So I looked up what it meant, since my French is even less than basic. It means 0, 0, 0, 0. Well, this one is obvious. And then je suis pour, which means I am for, or I pour, from the verb to pour, like to pour. I'd really like to know who the woman was, why on earth she was speaking to me in French, and what it means, if it means something. Hearing voices is kind of a common thing for me when I'm getting ready to fall asleep. It happens a couple of times in a month. Usually someone calls my name or says theirs. Sometimes I hear a scary voice. I actually never pay attention to this. Okay, understood. All right, can I please have 4 cards, please? Oh, really? No. Okay, those are the cards. There's more than 4. Hold on. They're all transverse. It's fine. Ooh. Ooh, wow. Mm, yep. Oof. Wow. Okay, this is intense. Okay. I just I want to show you. I want to show you the first 2 cards that we drew, because it feels to me that it's like representing the figure that you heard speaking, and the figure that we heard speaking, we've got the star card in its transverse with the 4 of Pentacles. But I just want to show you something really significant about the cards that we're seeing here. What is the figure on the star card doing? They're pouring. And then you had 4 zeros. 1, 2, 3, 4. So let's take that as confirmation. Okay. So what's interesting about this is it feels like the way I like to describe the feminine energy is, and we see this a lot in the space of the feminine. We talk a lot about the fact that there's different aspects of feminine energy, right? There's the aspect of the feminine that is one that is about profundity, right? It's the profundity, it's the profundity energy of feminine, right? And I need to stress this here. We often see it in the Empress card, right? That feeling, like that feeling of the feminine kind of being more in that earth goddess energy, like the cultivation energy. And then there's more of the feminine aspect that we identify in relationality to what I like to describe as like the high priestess, or the inner world of the feminine, right? And we see this a lot in the reflection point between the characterization differences between the Empress card and the High Priestess, right? This is a conversation of the 2 different of the modalities that we often encounter the feminine within. This is speaking to me more about the energy that is associated to what we would more characterize as the high priestess archetype, because we see the fact that they amplified, or they spoke towards those O's, right? And the O is often the identification point of like the void space, or what cannot be seen. Okay. And then the idea of pouring forth into that, which has to do a lot with the space of the I keep on like the articulation of what is hidden within us, but also something that we hold. Like it's like the I keep on getting like the sacredness of the mystery of the self to a certain extent. Um, and so I feel like there is a characterization point in the fact that you were going into a dream space, um, that and I think that even in the context of it, of articulating upon zeros, right? Like I think you said specifically that, and you said zero, they said zero, 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 right? Je pour, which is to say, like, again, like the energy that feels like it effectively pours nothing, right? Right? They're saying, I pour nothing, because it's the, I keep wondering, it's the inner, it's like the inner sacred feminine, right? It's the observation. It's like more of the characterization point of what we would identify as the high priestess feminine, because it's not the one that's coming into the profundity of the space of giving, but more the amplification of the internal world. So I feel like, um, especially given the fact that you articulated that you kind of encountered that, um, in the space of like heading into sleep. I'm not surprised for you to kind of encounter that as well, because we often talk about like the energy of the high priestess having to do with the unconscious mind, right? The parts of the self that we have yet to understand, or that we can't energetically see. So I actually feel like, into a certain extent, that was like your higher self, as it were. Like that is the higher self as it relates to the unconscious, like the unconscious mind of the higher self, that you were kind of connecting with in that moment. And I feel like it's beautiful in the context of the way that you articulated how they spoke to you, even in the space that it talked about the mysteries of the self that we don't understand. One, they were literally speaking a language that you don't have a grasp on, right? You even said, you're like, I don't speak French. They do. Like they do, right? The identification point of the intuition space, where we just have that inner knowing of things and we don't know why we know them, right? So there's the observational point of like you tapping into your intuition and finding things there that like surprise you, and you're like, what are they doing there? But also the context by which, and I think that you talked about this, those like those four zeros that you spoke towards, which often, I want to kind of point out, they have to do, how do I describe this best? Um, the space by which I feel like you're probably moving into is one that you're putting more concentration into, and the focus on the self, right? The development point of the internal world. But that's why I keep on seeing that, like the identification point of you, of like that unconscious mind kind of stating four zeros, has to do with the identification that when we clear our minds, we find things there, right? We're able to energetically listen. We're able to energetically like learn things about the self. And so, I feel like I've been seeing that I don't know if you've been doing, I think you may have mentioned to me that you've been doing a lot of work right now in terms of trying to like, um, you know, like, like like clear yourself to a certain extent, is what I'm seeing. Like I feel like I keep on getting some kind of sense that you've been doing a lot of work in some way, shape, or form to try to build into a meditative state in some kind of better way. But I feel like the if that is the case, um, like this is almost like this is like giving you affirmation that something is working, because it's saying to me, like it's kind of like the trustworthy source that is found within the self that says that they don't have like the sacred feminine does not have an agenda beyond the space of being able to energetically listen, which is the space by which it's like I keep on hearing the knowledge that is pure is the knowledge that doesn't feel like it's energetically conditional upon something, but something that you're observing to try to learn, right? And that's why I keep on seeing that, like, there's all of those zeros that were effectively around the energy, because it's the articulation of, like, I keep on hearing, like, the understanding of the self for the sake of the self and nothing more, right? The energetic, like, purity of intention, as it were. I want to give you some bottom of the deck, something to keep in mind going forward. Yeah, especially with the two of like the two of pentacles, it almost feels a little bit like I feel like I keep on hearing it's like the mind talking to itself is what I keep hearing. I keep on hearing it's the voice of your unconscious self that was almost like you were getting to hear, which is almost like I keep on hearing like they like the space by which it's like I keep on hearing like the quietness, like the reason you found them like as you were drifting off to sleep is because it's like I keep on hearing it's like the observation of the self where you can hear it's like a place where you can hear your own echo is almost what I keep on hearing. So it's like the space by which you recognize and identify. Um, I feel like it's interesting because there is something interesting there because I keep on hearing you're like, I feel like the question that happens is like, I feel like you being like, who was that person and why do they know French? But I feel like the question you should say is who am I and why do I know French? Like, why am I speaking in French? Is what I keep on seeing. Because it's almost like I feel like it's you finding something within the self that has some kind of grasp of like association with French that you might not necessarily are able to associate or like cognate upon. It's interesting is what I keep on seeing. I keep on seeing there might be something to explore in relationality to a past life connection where you spoke French is what I'm really getting, is what I'm seeing here in some way, shape, or form. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Per. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed, but you can get on the list. I'm also going to pin Per here. Hold on a minute. Make sure that we give Per a follow. We want to make sure that we're supporting each other across the platforms. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. All right. Beautiful and really interesting dream. Thank you so much for sharing it. And the cards that came out were incredible, And I feel like there's something about the arrival point of you coming into that unconscious space, which is the feeling of not needing to give to others right now, is what I keep on seeing, right? Some kind of attention point towards the self. All right. Yes, Minnie, I'll be happy to put you on for tomorrow. Let me just add you there. Okay. All right, where were we? The next person, are we doing the 50 cards reading? Almost, it got close there, didn't it? Look, cards drop like that. I just read them, Hold on a minute. You're welcome, Hannah. I need to add I do not know how to speak French. I can do Italian. Anything but the butcher, yeah. I've had a French connection this morning as well, and a few years past. That's wild. Interesting. Oh, are we doing? Yeah. Yes. What is happening? Seems like it. Is what painful, Adam? Homegirl. Yeah, that's wild. I know, right? Did you see that? I got to take a break from work, so listen to this reading. I'm intrigued. Thank you, Hannah, for being here and receiving it. Not Z-O, but number 0 is what she was saying. Yep, I know I got, but here's the thing too. Like I see the space by which, like, even in the amplification of 0 is talking about like the expand, like the inner, like the unconscious, like the void space, you know? User 412, thank you for subscribing. I know, I so needed to listen more often. Yes. Yeah, remember the meditation tips in the Discord. At first, I thought it was my cat talking to me because she jumped on the bed simultaneously. Oh, that's wild. I need to really start with meditation. Cats are feminine energy. That's the best I got. Yeah, I think this too. I have my innate nature ability. You have a natural ability. You just need to nurture it. Yeah, it's giving me a little bit of like, come find me. Like it's giving me a little bit of come find me. Yes. No, I mean, I'm not surprised if you were like getting that in tune with yourself that like the cat jumped up because you know they're very attenuated to energy. Yeah, you can absolutely have your mod one card, Kay. Just let me know what your question is. And guys, please thank Kay for all of their help today modding. Hi there, creative. You had the same thing happen 2 years ago. Oh, that's wild, Grace. I hated French in high school. Oh, there we go. Reminds me of Zoolander. I mean, me speaking of French should remind you of Zoolander because I'm not good. I'm not speaking French. I feel like speaking French is like the opposite of speaking Italian. Great interpretation. I do my best, Per. Thank you for sharing that incredible, like, like I want to say it's like a liminal space stream with us. You heard et toi et moi et te. I don't even know what that means. You'll have to explain. You'll have to translate that, Grace. I don't know, or put it in the Discord. That's wild. Hi there, Miranda. Yes, I followed. Thank you. While going through the aftermath. Oh, that's wild. Amazing reading. Thank you, Kay. All right. One card. Okay. One card, please. I mean, I feel like it's like I see you energetically closing cycles right now, you know? And I keep on hearing your guide saying, see how far you've come, right? Like the observation of trying to do something that you understand and identify is best for you, right? Like I keep on seeing like it's almost like I feel like that's you kind of dwelling in the space of like I keep on hearing like you moving into um like I feel like it's interesting too because I know you're not Leo, but I keep on hearing like something about like the Leo in you is proud of you because it's not something that was easy, but it's you saying like I need to do this to honor myself. You know, it's like there's a lot of that there. Is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, right. Um, I keep on hearing also. Are you sure it was was you sure it was an accident? Is what I keep on seeing. You know, like that's the thing too about it. Like I almost see you saying like there's something about that. Like I keep on seeing it's like I almost see someone that was not expecting like a cycle to end, like something that was happening between you and them going on and on, but almost the understanding of you kind of like making the positive choice, right? Like trying to heal, you know, instead of trying to energetically restore. Um, Sending you so much support on that journey, Kay. All right. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person, the next person on the list is, I am looking right now for Julia. Julia, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. How are you doing, Julia? Before we begin, let's do another intuition check. I've got the card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the owl. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that after the next reading. All right, where were we? I think it means, what about you? What about me? What about us? Oh, that's wild, Grace. Thank you for letting me know. That's cool. Yep. But in French. That's wild. Hi there, Tate. Nope, nope. It's okay. I got you, dear. All right. All right. Perfect. Okay. Hold on a minute. And we're going to continue in just a moment. I have no Leo in my chart, but my mother has Leo moon and my brother is a Leo. Oh, and they both told me they're really proud of me. Tap to claim. Yes, that's beautiful. I would say highest and best. I got you, dear. Okay. All right. I see Riva says it's freezing. Did it freeze for anyone else? I instinctively knew it too. I had 2 years of French as a child early on. No recall though. Oh, that's wild. Okay, cool. All right, one moment, please. Just bear with me a sec. Got it. And Tate, I've got you after Julia because I know that you were from yesterday, from Wednesday. Okay. All right. Okay. Got it. Now where were we? And let me just pin Julia here. All right there. Highest and best. I love it. Guys, make sure to give Julia a follow. We like to support each other across the platforms here. Can I please get 4 cards for Julia? Highest priority. I feel like there's something important. I feel like there's really something important right now in relationality to your path work in terms of not allowing yourself to get into a state of overwhelm. You know? And I feel like, you know, and I keep on seeing, you know, there is, I like to point out, like the message I'm getting from one of your guides is, um, you can't, there's no pleasing everyone, but there's a lot to be learned um, in relationality to how others hold your time sacredly, is what I keep on seeing, right? Because that space, like, um, I just keep on hearing the same message from one of your guides, which says it's not about pleasing everyone. It's about how we hold our time sacredly, which is the observation that when we hold each other sacredly, we don't demand more of each other. We appreciate like what we're doing, right? It's like the context by which we say, like, take all the time you need versus someone saying, how dare you? Um, and I feel like there's something really important about that because I see you in some kind of position right now, that there's a lot of demand. Like, I feel like there's a lot of that, like, there's a lot of different directions that you can go into. There's a lot of different like avenues or opportunities surrounding you. But that's what I keep on hearing. Like, when you've got a lot of different things opening up, I don't want you to feel like you're missing, like you're missing things. I want you to just move with intention, you know. And I feel like that is I think that's really important for you right now, you know, because I feel like the biggest thing you want to avoid is burnout, right? And like, I know, like, in the society that we live in, like, the like, never is the desire to burn out like so high is what I keep on seeing. Right? Like, there'll be energy that will be upset at you for not burning out, which is the energy that says, like, you know, well, you know, what, like, well, what, you know, and that's what I meant. And like, when someone is in a space where you give them something and they go, that's it, that's all, like, that's all, like, you know, like, that's the energy, like, that is exactly, like, that is the type of energy that's all you need. You've learned that's all you need to see, right? Don't, like, when you do something for another person and then they ask you, like, when someone realizes that you can somersault and then they ask you to bend over backwards, that's when you should turn around and walk away, is what I keep on hearing. You know, like, that is the difference. Like, the difference between someone saying thank you, like, appreciate it, versus someone that, like, potentially continues to, like, put more energetic demands on your person. I keep on hearing, don't let that overwhelm you. Let that inform you, is what I keep on hearing. Don't let it overwhelm you. Let it inform you. Because there's something I keep on hearing. There's something really important about that. Um, you know, like, and I keep on seeing that something about you being able to, um, like, move with intent, like move with intention. And you know what? Listen, this is often what happens, right? Like, sometimes when we are carving a path for ourselves, the sound we hear around us is disappointment, right? Because I keep on hearing the energy that's demanding from you. The question you need to ask yourself is is it demanding or is it celebrating? Right? Is it working towards seeing you energetically succeed, or are they in the space where they're articulating their own frustration in relationality to what they expect from you? And that's why we always have to be conscientious that when someone says you're disappointing me, we have to heal from rejection by saying, well, what were you expecting? Right? Like, what were you expecting? You have to ask the next question, right? It's not about whether another person articulates their disappointment. It's the ability to cognate upon what their expectation is. Don't worry about the disappointment. Worry about what their expectation was. Because I keep on seeing, I see you doing something right now. And and that's what I mean. Everything you need to know is going to be framed in the difference between someone saying, I am, like, being adaptable, saying, what do you need? How can I help? Versus someone saying, how dare you? And I keep on hearing, like, you know, the space by which you're trying to do something, you're going to have to, I keep on hearing, you're going to have to kind of learn to honor your no, which is the space by which we say, when we say no and others appreciate it, they don't take it personally. They understand that, and like, I keep on hearing, a no is the space by which we articulate, like, what is entered, like, what we, it's not the no that feels like it's trying to harm. It's the no that is the space by which we articulate our own frustration in terms of what we can't, like, I keep on hearing, there's only so much of you. And I keep on hearing, you are not cake. Not everyone demands that, like, not everyone gets a slice of you. right? And honestly, you can learn a lot when someone is in that space and they start to, and if anybody's trying to compare what you give to one person versus another, that's usually the exact reason why you have to kind of put those boundaries up, right? Because I keep on hearing we don't qualify upon our relationships. We don't start articulating to them and saying, why do they get this and I get that? Like that's usually the reason why we have to step away from someone, because that is not the courtesy is not the space of demanding more of things. And that goes for objects as well as it goes for people. And when we are respectful for the people in our lives, we're never in a space of demanding more of and from them. We appreciate what they do and we want to help facilitate what they're trying to do better. So just be very mindful of that, because I see that there's a lot of that work that you're creating, and I don't want you in a space of cowering while you do that. I want you stating those boundaries. And I'm going to tell you right now, you holding boundaries will tell you everything you need to know about who should and should not be in your life. Because when you state a boundary and someone says, I respect that, that is usually the point where you understand that they respect you. And if you state a boundary and someone says, how dare you, that's usually the reason why you had to have one in the first place. Bottom of the deck, especially, yeah, with the 8 of Cups and its reversal, I know it's not easy. I see you kind of going through the work of healing from people pleasing, right? And the thing is, and that's the thing, like the problem with people pleasing is it's an impossible thing. You literally can't please everybody. I know it's hard. Even when you could be doing anything you do, like there is no you have to understand, there is no pleasing. It's about celebrating. It's about honoring. So I want you to move away. I keep on hearing, don't be upset if you're doing what you know is best and another person rejects you in it. That's protection. Like that's protection. Take the note. Take the note. Like if you're doing something the best way you can and another person is rejecting you in the space of you doing the best, don't feel like you have to give them more to seek their approval. That's energetic protection. Like that is the energetic force of protection. It's the place by which we appreciate and value instead of trying to demand more. And I keep on hearing, it's not polite to insist. So be very conscientious in those who are in your life who are grateful for your space in it versus those who are constantly articulating their disappointment because they want more of you from it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Julia. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, it's closed today, but you can get on tomorrow and you'll be the 3rd person read for. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And the next person on the list for today is Tate. Tate, if you're here, just let me know. Just bear with me a moment. Okay. Hi there, dear. That's so wild, Grace. All good on my end. Thank you for letting me know, and thank you, sending you so much support, Kay. Jillian, the list is, Jillian, were you on the list? Did you get on the list? And Brandy, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. I know that, I mean, I don't think that, listen, per reverse cards isn't necessarily a bad thing, but we're going through retrograde season. So like, I'm not surprised to see a lot of reversals. Lots of reverse and transverse cards today. Let's play. Yeah, retrograde energy. Yes. We're blaming the retrograde, the retrogrades is plural. Exactly. Thank you for confirmation, Julia. True. Yes, I've been having a vision of me in a corner. Well, and that's what we need to heal, right? The space of you having a vision in fetal position. Like I keep on hearing the guides are saying, stand up straight. Let those standards tell you everything you need as to who should be moving, who you need to move away from. Hi there. With everyone's screen, yeah, and one person holding their hand out. But everyone is demanding things. So that's why I keep on seeing, don't listen to what's happening around you. Just be intentional in terms of what you're trying to do. All right. Yes, and absolutely be kind to yourself in the process. Yeah, definitely referring to, yeah, they have major expectations. But that's what I keep on seeing, like, right? It's the space of understanding what others' expectations are to help recognize like what like why instead of over internalizing it. Pops, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. But I need to point this out. Like, I don't want you to think about the enmeshment as a problem. I think it's just it doesn't become a problem when you observe it, right? Like the observation of it can empower you once you understand that like that's the nature of what it is that you're working through, you know? All right. Second call right now for Tate. If Tate is not here, oh, we're going to continue. The next person on the list for today. Hi there, Kale. The next person on the list for today is I am looking for Miss Bex. Miss Bex, if you're here, can you respond in all? Can you respond in all? Oh, you're here. I see you. While we wait for Bex's question to come through, let's do another intuition check. All right, I've got the cards here. I've got you. Thank you, Bex. I've got our card here, our animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's the ram. I like the creativity of some of the choices I'm seeing. All right, let's continue right now. Bex, Miss Bex, is this inside tea or outside tea? All right, outside. Thank you, dear. Okay, fine to share with everyone. Woo! Okay. We all felt water vibes. It was lit. I know I saw that, OG. I was like, huh. I was like, okay. Hi there, Amiel. Amiel. Um, I do a free card for subscribers. So if you become a member over on the place where you keep the videos, you will be able to have a 1 card reading each day. I hope that helps. Thank you. Okay, where were we? All right. All right, we're reading right now for Miss Bex. James, thank you for the follow. And I'm going to pin you here. Guys, make sure to give Miss Bex a follow. We want to make sure that we are supporting each other across the apps. All right, what do we have here? Fine to share with everyone. I just passed my exam this morning. Congratulations, dear. Big deal for the first day of the Mercury retrograde cycle. I almost got the date wrong. So yeah, my guides had my back. With that in mind, I was recently offered a job I'm on the fence on. The person who offered it to me is a cherished mentor, but towards the end of my time with them, they discouraged a dream of mine, which surprised me as they were the one who gave me the idea. That made me a little apprehensive about taking up an opportunity. Mhm. Right now, I'm in a job that I enjoy for the most part, but get a bit overwhelmed with the hours and the volume of clients. I also have a long-term, okay, I've got a long-term history in my own work. My overall objective is to make a bit more income and incorporate spiritual gifts into the work. Question: can I get a card on each job option? Okay, I like the way you're thinking about it. The current energy, taking on a new opportunity, and venturing on my own. Okay, you are a subscriber, so you get 4 cards. The fourth, yep, I mean, you're doing what I would have advised because again, we don't want to. We're going to draw a card for each of the circumstances, and then we'll draw one card for advice in terms of how to face the choices going forward. Excellent. I know we read on this before. I'm looking for some clarity on what each option is. I know my guides said I can do, yeah. Okay, cool. All right, so 1, 2, 3. I want you to focus first on that first job. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Great. All right. I want you to think about the second opportunity. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. And I would like you to focus on the third. Thank you. Can I get a point of advice going forward, please? Thank you. Okay. And let's see. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, I mean, like the thing I keep on seeing is it's interesting too, because something I'm observing here, um, like has to do specifically and particularly with like I feel like there's something about this. Like I don't see an immediate change, but I see that there's something that you're building upon in the long term, you know? Like there's some kind of jumping off point that I'm identifying here. And um I feel like there's something about this. And it's interesting too, because like something I'm reading about this, and it's interesting because I don't know what the third job offer is, but it feels like the third is a blending of the first two, is what I keep on seeing. Um, you know, this first one, like the thing I keep on hearing about this first option is that it feels like it's a safety net. I keep on hearing you could do it with your eyes closed. You know what I mean? Like I just see the situation where you could just it's like you can do. I mean, like, but that's also a bit of the problem around it. You know, like it doesn't feel like it's nourishing you, but you're very, 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 very good at it, and you can do it. You can do it. I almost get the sense you can do it better. Like there's something about it that it says to me that you do it better than most in some way. Um, but I feel like this is, and I think that that's kind of what you have to identify. Like I see you as someone who likes to be able to kind of learn something to be order in order to feel energetically challenged. Like you some like I'll point it out. There's some energy that are very happy when they can go on autopilot on something, right? Some energy when you hit like autopilot, it's like the best ever. But this is saying to me that like there's something about this that it's very important on your path work um, to feel like you're understanding or learning something in a deeper way in order for you to feel or find energetic fulfillment. I feel like that's why you had that call, if you will, into um, like learning something here, right? Like I actually see, like, I feel like it's you kind of like, it's like I see you, it's like you're answering the call of your own desire to learn. Um, because like I feel like it's helping you through any kind of feeling of energetic stagnancy. And that's why I'd say like I definitely feel like I see some kind of path work where um, you're like, you know, like I see you almost doing both for a while. You know, like I feel like I see you kind of like I keep on hearing like learning to swim, if you will, is all I keep on hearing. Which is like I'd say it's interesting because they're almost saying like you're learning to become energetically amphibious, but in the space by which they're saying that like you're understanding and adapting to like the world, like what you're doing like during the day versus something that like I keep on hearing like nourishes you or helps you like find your own energetic footing. I definitely feel like this is a pathwork I see you moving with more investment into in the future. But I keep on hearing like the one thing to be energetically wary of is a situation wherein you rush a process, is what I keep on seeing, especially with the Wheel of Fortune here, because I keep on seeing that ability of doing so, like I keep on hearing like don't like I keep on hearing, think of it, a healthy transition for you shouldn't feel like a leap. It should feel like it's inevitable, is what I keep on hearing from the guides, which is the space by which you like you don't like you I keep on hearing you move from one success to another, right? In the space by which you already see the energetic success that is happening, if that makes sense. So that's the one thing I would articulate in relationality to this path work right now, right? Like I keep on hearing that it's feeling more like it's feeling more like I keep on seeing like there's definitely going to be a pain point there where it feels like you're being pulled in two different directions. And I keep on hearing that's the modality by which you should leap into the next one, right? Because what I keep on seeing is you don't want to take a leap into like energetic stagnancy where it's like to say like, okay, I want to create something, and then you get there and go, where is it? And be like, well, this is where it is right now, right? Because I keep on, but I feel like that ability of like finding that sweet spot, right? Like what your job is to do right now is to understand, like I keep on hearing, think about moving one success into another, which is to say in the state that says like the safety net is such that it's helping you build a new success. And then when it feels like there's that inevitable moment where you're like, oh, I can't, there's too much success on my plate. What do I do with all this success? Oh no. Then that's the moment that you can relinquish one success for another, if that makes sense. And I definitely, the bright side about it is I see you, like I definitely see that space, like especially with the Wheel of Fortune that says that there's a lot of that, like there's a lot of that possibility. But I keep on hearing allow one to help the other, right? Like allow one to nourish the other so that you don't come into, like I keep on hearing the thing that you want to avoid is like moving into something like too quickly, and then feeling that space of trying to grow something, but then also feeling the need, I keep on hearing like not learn being able to learn, like to feel the delight of learning, because the delight of learning is then replaced by the need to get something from it, if that's what you also have another card here, which is the advice, like yeah, especially like that there, see the Hermit card, like that's the confirmation that we're getting with the Hermit card, right? They said, don't think about it so much as a choice. They're saying, think about it as growing like energetic abundance, which is the space by which it says the choice, the choice becomes inevitable when I keep on hearing the choice becomes inevitable when your hands are too full, right? Like that, like oh no, like I said, oh no, I don't have room to hold all of this, right? So I feel like that's going to create a space where you can feel like the excitement to try new things, to experiment, to learn, because you're not going to feel like that learning is conditional on immediately, like I keep on hearing, immediately feeding you, right? Like the space by which you're able to approach something from a place that you can take. I keep on hearing in a space that you can, like I keep on seeing, like learning how to play with it is the space that allows you the context of not feeling like you have to wholly depend upon it. So that's why they're saying it's not that that's going to happen, but they're saying be gentle with yourself in relationality to the timing of it, so that you don't come into a context where you're saying, oh, I must not be doing it right because it's not working. But it's not that you're not doing it right, that you're not working. It's that you're not giving yourself the space to be able to like be in the place of like kind of approaching something from the point of view of like allowing, like I keep on hearing like allowing the context by which I keep on hearing the difference between something that you can like it's like helping others learn about you, or giving someone, like thinking of it almost like as your own maturation as it relates to how like you yourself are able to, I feel like it's almost like also like how you introduce yourself to others is what I keep on seeing. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like this is you kind of like creating something new. I told you there's something about this, like in the way future, that feels like you're not even you're gonna be doing something completely different. But that's what I mean. It's like it's you doing something completely different because you have some kind of space that you give yourself to play in relationality to I don't know why I keep on saying like unifying some things that typically would not unify. You know, like that's what I keep on seeing. Like there's some kind of blending that I'm observing here in the path work. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Ms. Bex. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. The list is closed today, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the third person read for. I am going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. And thank you, James, for the follow. My moon sign's in Cancer. Oh, I was wondering the same thing. Yeah, where the water sign energy was potentially related to that. And it's funny too because like the reading itself feels very, like I said, like the space to like I keep wondering like the space to swim or the space to be able to like learn like how one wants to do something, you know? That's a good idea. No, I know it was. That's how I would have approached it. And Carrie, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Agree. Yeah, and that's what I keep on seeing. Like I keep on hearing think of it less like I keep on hearing think of it less as a switch that you're gonna hit and more as an organic moment. Boredom is my nemesis for sure. Need to be challenged to feel invigorated. Tap to claim. Yeah, so kind of start, yeah, well keep that's what I was that was I was what I was really seeing right now, which is like allowing, like I keep on hearing like if there's something that doesn't necessarily require you to like go from one to another, but starting to kind of build that now. Yep. All right. Yeah, the dream is to yeah, the dream is to unify spiritual. Yep, thank you. That's what I was yeah, I see like that's what I mean. Like you're getting the shape of it. Yep, thank you for confirming. That's very cool. And thank you so much, dear, for having that reading with me. All right. Thank you, Veronica, for the follow. We're going to continue right now. The next person, I'm still looking for Tate. If Tate is not here, the next person on the list for today is Nicole. Nikki, I believe. I've got two. I've got two Nicoles on the list, but I know one of them moved to tomorrow. So the Nikki that did not move. So Nikki, I believe you're no Nikki. I think you're the next one on the list for today. Okay. All right. Just bear with me a moment as I read over some of the comments that came. Also, guys, we are at 61.8K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 100K in no time. Oh, really? Oh, Lisa, good to see you, dear. And you're so welcome, Bex. All right. All right. So second call right now. I am looking for Tate or I am looking for Nikki. Tate or Nikki, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? If Tate or Nikki are not here, the next person on the list for today is Miss Cole. Miss Cole, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Megan, these are donation-based readings, so if you'd like to get on the list, you have to send a donation, but the list is closed today. If you'd like to get on for tomorrow, you'll be the third person read for. It's all this retrograde. Everybody's having issues with connection right now. And thank you for those gifts, Adam. Hi there, dear. Yep, I see you. Welcome. Can you let me know if you'd like a general or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And so we're doing a reading for someone who is over on the place where we keep the videos, for anyone who is joining us. All right. And I'm just waiting for your question to come through. All right, we've got a general. Can I get 3 cards, please, for Miss Cole? Woo! I cannot. No. It's interesting. This is interesting. What is all of this? I feel like someone's trying to come towards you with this like big story on why they haven't been around. What is this? Is someone like trying to regale you with tales here? This is like I keep on hearing when we're not showing up, we don't when we tell someone when they're not showing up for us, it should not create the space of someone saying, "Let me regale you with the tale as to why I'm not showing up for you." Is what I keep on hearing. You know? Like I can see some kind of situation where, like, I need to point this out, like, it feels like the type of situation where you, like, ask someone to do something, and the next thing you know, they're telling you about their childhood, is what I keep on seeing. Like, when we talk I keep on hearing, like, when we're talking about, make sure someone is, like, recognizing and identifying that it's like, how do I man, how do I explain this? You know, there's the context, um, like, being able to an apology is twofold, okay? An apology is the articulation on what one can do better, and then it's the activation in doing it, right? It's the space by which we amplify and recognize what we can do, and then we do it. And I just keep on seeing someone around you in some way, shape, or form. It's like, you know, and make like, when you get into the context where you try to talk to someone about something they could be doing better, and then they just build that like wall of story where they come into the space of like talking about like how they're working on something, how bad they feel about themselves. It's like, and I keep on hearing like that in itself is something. I keep on hearing that's a different thing, right? Like I feel like it's almost you having to say to someone like, listen, like that sounds like, and I keep on seeing like it's almost you having to set some kind of healthy boundary with someone in terms of saying like, listen, like this sounds like something that you need to get help with, and I want to facilitate you getting the help with it. But I keep on hearing like an energetic, like the articulation point on what we're experiencing should be met with what it is that we need to be able to overcome something, right? It's like I keep on seeing like the reason that we articulate upon why we're not doing something is this talk towards what would allow for a solution. It doesn't just experience a moment where someone creates like a wormhole where all they're doing is talking about why there's a problem in the first place. So um, I feel like you have to, and I keep on seeing this, right? Like I'm the like when we get into a space that when someone asks us to do something and then all we do is articulate upon why we're the energetic worse for not doing it, like it creates that space, it creates an impossibility of conversation because when you ask someone to do something and then they start saying I'm the worst, they've kind of changed the subject on you, right? Like they've kind of changed the subject on you. So I keep on saying, like, make sure someone isn't changing the subject when you're having a conversation in terms of getting a need met. And instead, they start telling you a story as to why they're not delivering it, is what I keep on seeing. And I keep on hearing, like, if you're having a conversation with that, you have to say to them, I understand and recognize that there are reasons, but the reasons still do not prevent the observation as to why, like what can be done in order to deliver it, right? And I keep on hearing when we're working towards what is progressive, right? I keep on hearing like we have to think of healthy conversation as being good messengers. So like when we're in the space of trying to do something, right? If you're asking something from another person, right? If you're saying like this is what I need, and then instead of them saying like okay, let me go get it, they say forgive me, you know, for like like long time ago this happened and I'm like this now and I'm like this and I'm like this. What they're really saying is I'm not inclined to give you that, right? And I feel like that's the thing you have to observe, which is the identification point that we fix things in terms of looking towards the past as a library. It's a place that we look at in order to identify what we can be doing better, right? Not the place that we observe, not the armory that we look back upon something to identify and articulate like why we're not showing up for each other. So make sure that you're having those productive conversations. And if someone, and I keep on hearing, our standards should not change based upon how, like, what we receive from the past, right? Like that identification point is not that says, because like I keep on hearing, like when you're in a relationship where someone says, oh, well, I'm not doing that because you did that, because you did that, that is a relationship that's energetically doomed because it's a race for the bottom, right? It's a relationship that's holding the memory in terms of harm instead of positivity. So make sure that you're having productive conversations with someone, and make sure that if you're having a conversation with someone and they keep on bringing up the past, you remind them and say, listen, you know, if we're going to do something effectively, we don't harbor feelings about the past. We look to the past for tools. We look for the past for something that can help us do something better, not the arrival point and the articulation of why, like why what we're doing, like why we're receiving worse. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, especially with the Three of Wands, right? Healthy conversation is productive. It's forward facing. It talks about how we can show up better. It talks about what we can do in a different way. But this is why we often hit that wall in conversation when someone refuses to let go of the past. Because if you're trying to like move forward with someone and they're just holding on to something that hurt them, but they're also not telling you what you can do to heal it, it creates an impossibility point, because it's the space by which another person is literally showing you, right? That it's like there's nothing like, and I keep on hearing, we when we care about each other, we tell each other what we can do that will help something, right? We don't just hold on to something rigidly and say, I'll never get over that. Well, if someone says to you like, I'll never get over that, you say, okay, well, I guess this is where we part ways, right? Like we don't come into the space of saying, I never get over it, because when someone says, I never get over it, they're literally giving the articulation point of an impossibility point, because they're saying, like, they're making the invested choice and saying, I'm refusing to get over it, right? And I keep on hearing it's not the fact that everything is recoverable, but if someone is in a space where they're trying, make sure that someone's not asking you the impossible, which is someone saying, I want to continue to have a future with you, but I'm holding on to something from the past and I'll never let go of it. Because I keep on hearing that is an impossibility spectrum that occurs in relationality to what is energetically possible. You can't hold on to something and say, I'll never forgive you for this. What are we doing for lunch tomorrow? You know, it's like it's not possible. So make sure that you're helping someone navigate the reality if they feel like that in relationality to something that's occurred between you. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Miss Cole. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list for today, the list is closed, but if you'd like to get on for tomorrow, you'll be the third person read for. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. And thank you again for that reading. And also, friends, we are at 62.3K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 100K in no time. Okay. 50 card reading again. Exactly. I know I'm the worst energy. Yeah. And thank you, Emily, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. All right, one moment. Perfect. All right, next person we are reading for today is, I'm still looking for Nicole. I've also am looking, still looking for Tate. Tate or Nicole, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general or if you have a specific question. Tuma, thank you so much for the follow. And if next second call for Nicole or Tate, if Nicole or Tate are not here, the next person on the list for today is Jacques. Jacques, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And while we wait for Jacques' question, let's do another intuition check. Okay. All right, I've got our animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It was the hawk. Thank you guys so much for participating. We'll do that after the next read. All right, where were we? And we're just reading over right now. Gabrielle, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. And Jacques, I'm going to pin Jacques up here. Let's make sure that we give Jacques a follow. We want to support each other across the platform. Higher self, message from the higher self, please. All right, can I please get 3 cards for Jacques? Highest priority messages. The higher self is saying that to love, the grandest gift of love is to honor others' choices, is all I keep on hearing. And there's something heavy about it, is what I'm picking up on. You know, I keep on hearing like that, I keep on hearing the truest love is to honor another's choices, because, and I feel like there's something beautiful about that too, because it's the understanding that love is not based or built upon proximity, but the space by which we identify and recognize and allow each other to flourish. And I feel like it's difficult, you know? Like, I see some kind of pain point between you and another person, you know? And I feel like there's almost this space that you want to kind of approach somebody and say to them, I made the wrong choices. You know, like I feel like there's something there. Um, but that's what I keep on seeing. Like I see some kind of situation, um, you know, and I keep on hearing too, like the energetic apology is one. I keep on hearing we are able to forgive ourselves for our like any choices that we make that we feel like we would not make with the space that we currently are, by letting them become our altars, you know, allowing those moments to shape the context by which we work to do something energetically better. And I feel like this, like I feel like there's something about this here that feels really fundamental, because I see some kind of situation where there was like a connection between you and another person, and it almost feels like, you know, and that's the problem sometimes, like Like when we encounter someone, like energetically, like wise, but we're not ready for their wisdom. The problem with that is sometimes we only realize it much later on. And I kind of see something there, like this feels like painful. This feels like there's something there between you and another person. And that's the thing about it. Like that's what's so difficult is sometimes we just observe and say, like, yeah, I can't fix that. And I can't fix that, and that's okay. But I've communicated the fact that I wish I could, right? Like that's almost like what I'm seeing, like the observation of being able to articulate to another, and allowing that to kind of be the space by which we like, and that's what I keep on seeing, like your higher self is saying, which is like I see you like working through something and saying, how do I move through that? And I keep on hearing the higher self say, we move through it because it's at this moment that we change everything. But we change everything by understanding like the shape of what we could have done better, right? Like the space by which we identify and recognize and are able to um, like not allow that circumstance or situation, however painful it was, to happen again, because I keep on hearing like that is the honor of a journey that works through the space of not forgetting lessons but allowing those moments. I keep on hearing allowing those mortifying moments to shape our person going forward. So I feel like make sure, like I keep on seeing and I keep on hearing again, like the one message I keep on getting in relationality to circumstances is the higher self keeps on saying, we love each other by honoring each other's choices, which is the space by which we are able to articulate that even if someone doesn't see something the way that we see it, we allow the space by which they're able to energetically carry it, right? Like that in the space too. It's like the observation of holding each other's realities dearly that allows the context of being able to understand and recognize what it is that we're working to change. So I want you to be very mindful of that, is what I keep on seeing, because I feel like I see you like working through something right now. And there's like a lot of pain in the heart space. And there's a space by which I almost see you like saying, like, I wish there was something I could do. But I keep on hearing, remember, if there's those moments that we want to do more, the thing we it's not about doing more, it's about respecting what another person is asking for. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, especially with the world card, right? Like it doesn't, I keep on seeing like, that can sometimes be the hardest part, right? Because sometimes in that space where we wish we could do something different, right? Even being respective, it's the quality and characteristic where we love each other by honoring each other's choices. We can articulate, right? We can articulate the desire to want to change something, but we don't try to force that change on another person, right? This is why we talk about the fact that, like, when we give an apology, our apologies are not conditional. We don't say, I'll apologize if, like if you apologize, it's the sentiment by which you say, regardless of how you receive my apology, I want you to understand that it is true, right? The viability of an apology is not changed in the way another person receives it. It's the apology that changes us, right? The apology that's an honor to carry, because it's a space by which we are truly holding ourselves accountable in the space that we can articulate and acknowledge something that we're hoping to do better. But then we proceed forward from that moment doing better, right? Like I feel like there's a lot of that work that I see that you're doing here. And I feel like that's like a more of that space. Like, and I can see you almost being like, I want to, but again, it's like love isn't about want. It's about honoring others' wants. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Jacques. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed, but you can get on the list for tomorrow and you will be the third person read for. We are also at 63.9K likes. When we get to 100K, we will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. I'm also still looking for Tate or Nicole. Tate or Nicole, if you're here, can you let me know? All right. Excellent. I do my best, Per. Cool beans. Sometimes I literally hear my partner's thoughts in my head before they say them out loud. Oh, that's wild. Other times I can't even guess a color. It happens to the best of us, cool beans. Good to see you. That is very cool. All right, friends. We're going to continue right now. The next person, I'm still looking for Tate or Nicole. If Tate or Nicole are not here, the next person I'm reading for, oh my gosh, my handwriting. What did I write? A. Who got on the list whose name starts with an A? I am going to do better. I'm going to do better writing down names. I think I wrote Amy. I'm going to apologize in advance for whoever got on the list whose name starts with an A that I did not write very clearly. No, my handwriting's always terrible. I'm taking full accountability on the awfulness of my handwriting. All right, where are we? I think I wrote A. Who's on the list whose name starts with an A? All right, I got A. I wrote A-Y. All right, it looks like Amy. It's a little bit up for interpretation. I'm gonna check. Second call right now for that person. And while we wait, all right, let me just double check. Let me see if I can find it here. Oh, I know. It's Angelic. I apologize. I know why. I couldn't fit the whole name. It's a beautiful name. I just couldn't fit your full name. So I just wrote like ANJ. Angelic, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. All right. Second call right now. Second call right now for either Tate, Nicole, or Angelic. Second call right now for Tate, Nicole, or Angelic. Yes, I got you, dear. Good to see you. Welcome. Can you let me know if you'd like a general or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And guys, we are at 65.4K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. I'm also going to pin Simp there. Can you guys make sure to give Simp a follow? We like to support each other across the platforms. And can you let me know, dear, if we are doing a general or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Oh, you wrote it. I got you. I see it. Is this inside T or outside T? Inside. Thank you. Okay, just bear with me, friends, as I take a moment to read over the question. Okay, I got you. Can I get 4 cards, please? Highest priority messages. Everything I keep on seeing here is I feel like the conversation that you need to have with another person is in relationality to what you mean to each other, is everything I keep on seeing. Um, because, I feel like I see this and I keep on hearing healthy relationship is a clear understanding at every moment in relationality to what we mean to each other. It doesn't create the context by which we have to kind of read into things. And I feel like the thing that may be occurring here is making sure that you're having those conversations, because the one thing I'm identifying is, um, like, I see someone I'm not sure. I keep on seeing some kind of situation here of someone who's it's heavy in the articulation of what it is that they've communicated to you in relationality to how they feel. Like there's something about that space that I keep on hearing, there's this there's almost like this deep, 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 deep friendship. And I feel like that's the space by which I keep on hearing that the deep friendship is not one that gets energetically confused in relationality to something changing. And that's why I keep on hearing the healthy relationship is one that is forged by a clarifying conversation. Um, particularly and especially um, as it relates, you know, I feel like this is something, and I want you, and I almost it's interesting too, because I see you, I see you, I've got a guide standing by you that sees you energetically wondering how someone feels. But I almost have the guide saying, why don't you use your words to find out? Right? I keep on hearing the healthy relationship is one that comes through the throat chakra, which isn't, I keep on hearing it's not something that stumbles into something. It's not something that trips into relationship. I keep on hearing it's not that. It's not the messy confusion of a friendship that falls into something more. It's the clarity of intention that we articulate to each other in relationality to what we mean to one another. And so I feel like there's something about the space that you found with another person that you need to have that clarifying conversation, because I almost see a space of one person that's building into the context of a deep friendship, but I keep on hearing the possibility of what exists beyond that. It has to be, I keep on hearing it has to be one that's energetically articulated. I see somebody and I see someone here too that you know, I'm not sure why. It's I'm reading into this energy, and I keep on seeing something between you and them, and you looking at them and being like, they must know. And I keep on hearing, don't assume anybody knows anything, is what I keep on seeing. Right? Because I keep on seeing the difference. I keep on hearing the difference between a friendship that is by its very nature playful versus something that is intentionally going somewhere is the ability to identify and communicate and to honor the boundaries that we communicate upon something. So I definitely keep on seeing that there's something important also in relationality to, if you're in a space where you're giving them things, everything I keep on seeing in relationality to giving them things, I keep on hearing a healthy gift is not one that has the expectation of receiving something back in return. Like a healthy gift is something that we offer to each other from a space of, I keep on hearing, like the desire or the appreciation of one another. So like make sure, like I keep on hearing, make sure that you're not replacing like gifts in relationality to communication. I keep on hearing nothing replaces words. Nothing replaces the power of our words. So like make sure that you're communicating to someone like what you desire in relationality to like a relationship with them, and not kind of coming into some kind of confusing space where they say, oh, they should know because I'm giving them gifts. Like I'm making it fairly obvious. I keep on hearing healthy relationship is not the relationship that we assume based on gestures. It's the space that we identify and articulate what it is based on words. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, especially with the 10 of cups in its reversal, right? Like I see this easement between you and another person. Like I see this comfortability, right? I see this kind of feeling of you saying to another person, it just feels so comfortable to be around each other. But that's what I mean in terms of not misinterpreting another, not reading intention into another person's comfortability, right? The ability of understanding and making sure that one is not getting your wires crossed in relationality to what another person is doing as it relates to them just being like comfortable versus how you may be receiving it is entirely, I keep on hearing the space that we don't get wires crossed is through the act of clear communication. And I keep on seeing like if you're worried, like if you're worried that articulating and I keep on seeing like I see some kind of situation where you're worried about articulating what it is that you hope to have with someone because you're fearing that it'll damage that comfortability. But I keep on hearing like it's almost your duty to interrupt that comfortability, especially if you're feeling like that, if you're feeling that desire to move something into like a different, like I keep on hearing like a different thing other than friendship, right? Like I keep on seeing that like sometimes, and that's a problem. Like that's what's difficult sometimes in healthy relationships is we have to be willing to like risk the comfortability of the friendship by articulating what it is that we aspire in moving deeper. But that's why I keep on seeing that like that modality of doing so. I think that that's something that you might need to do at this point, because if there's some kind of situation where you're like in the presence of another person, but you're not being satisfied as it relates to the relationship itself, like I keep on seeing like this is helping you make sure that you're in a healthy space in terms of how you yourself are holding the relationship. Because a healthy relationship in any context, be it friendship or otherwise, shouldn't have a question mark attached to it. It should just have a statement. It should just be a full statement. It should be a period. It should be a period, not a question mark. It should be like, this is what it is, and that is what it is, and that is the clarification that we have between us, right? Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Anjali. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. The list is closed today, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you will be the third person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things, and that's what I keep on saying. Make sure that you're not building into a friendship that's building upon the potential, right? Like it's the observation of the energy that's like looking at something fully formed is the articulation as to whether it's something that feels like it's healthy for you or if it's something that you need to build clarity around. Thank you. Sorry, that card wanted to come out. All right. All right. And if the next person, and thank you so much, dear. We are also at 67.6K likes. When we get to 100K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. Yes. Yeah, we've had conversations and recently as well where they've expressed what they want. Refrain, They want me to refrain, okay, from giving or gifting so much, as they feel they have to reciprocate. And I've told them I don't expect anything back. But I keep on seeing, I need to point this out. If you're articulating to me that you have a hope of a relationship that's going to go into something more and you're giving those gifts, I keep on seeing like making sure that you're being clear in relationality to why you yourself are giving them to them as well. Okay. Hi there, Bridget. Good to see you. And me giving is a way of showing that I care about them, but I won't anymore. But that's what I keep on seeing in relationality to like kind of honoring what it is another person is articulating that makes them comfortable. It's interesting too, because we spoke a bit about in the recent reading, like I feel like some of the reading we just had is kind of filtering into yours as well, right? Like the way that we hold each other dearly is by honoring each other's choices. So if someone articulates that something that we're doing is making them uncomfortable, we are respectful to them by following what they are asking for. Thank you, dear. I've been working up the courage to tell them that how I feel. Well, and that's what I keep on seeing. Like I think that in the space of being able to articulate and amplify, allowing that clarification to fortify is like I keep on seeing like helping you effectively heal. Like I keep on seeing like something that is kind of happening between you and another person that feels like it's creating confusion for you both. Well, and I keep on seeing like the thing you're articulating there, Simp, you're saying that you're worried about whether it's going to be reciprocated. But I feel like again, that when we're in the healthy space of relationship, we don't have to try to read into the relationship to figure out what's happening. We take each other's words sacredly, right? So it's not going to require you having to overread or underread. It's just the space by which we are able to communicate what we have or what we mean to each other. Hi there, Bridget. Good to see you today. Welcome. Thank you as well, Melly. Excellent. Oh, sounds amazing, Bridget. As of now, well, and that's what I keep on seeing too, which is again like the ability to articulate, like the ability to have the conversation and then allowing that to be something that helps you either clarify and move forward, right? Like it's like almost like the clarifying conversation that helps you move into like a positive a direction, right? Oh, that's good, Bridget. I'm glad to hear that. Well, and I need to point this, and I need to point this out too. Like the conversation that you're having there, like make sure that, like I said, like make sure that you're honoring the boundaries that another person is putting towards you, right? And I keep on seeing that even in the space, like it's not our job, it's not your job to help someone explore something. They should come into a space where they know what it is that they want. And if you know that that's a limitation between you, like you shouldn't feel like you should be in a space where you're forcing them to confront that, you know? All right. Thank you again, dear. All right, we are going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today, and I need to point this out. It's not our job to like articulate if someone is in a space where they know what they identify as. It's not our job to bring them into the space of asking if they be up or willing to explore it, right? Like I keep on hearing the mature person is one that they articulate upon where they are, and we honor them by finding them there. Thank you, dear. All right, the next person we are reading for today. I'm still looking for Tate. I'm still looking for Nicole. Tate or Nicole, if you're here. If not, the next person we are reading for today is, I am looking right now for Oracle Erica. You got our highest gifter. You're so welcome, Sam. Thank you so much for having this reading with me and sending you support on your journey. All right, next person we're reading for today is Oracle Erica. If you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And while we are waiting for Oracle Erica, oh, good job, Bridget. I see you. I've got you, Oracle Erica. I'm going to take a moment. We're going to do another animal spirit guide card. I've got the card here. We're going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the wolf. Thank you guys so much for participating. We'll do that after the next reading. All right, where were we right now? Where were we? Oracle Erica, looks to me like we were doing highest priority right now. One moment, please. Yep, highest priority. I'm going to pin Oracle Erica here too. Let's make sure to give Oracle Erica a follow. All right, can I get 4 cards, please, for Oracle Erica? Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. Okay. Oof. This is intense. Did you get some kind of download? What is up with this? You know, I can see, yeah, I mean, like that, I feel like that was what the download was about. You know, I feel like that was what like it's giving me a lot of that, like, but here's the, like, you know, this is the thing I'm seeing though. Like, I've got you, like, you know, and this is the thing with like empaths, man, empaths, you know. I mean, like, you know, I feel like I think you recognize and okay. All right, I'm just trying to like, okay, how do I explain this best? Um it's I feel like there's something in your path work and I can already see it. You're like, I see you going through something and being like, I don't want to be mean. It's not being mean. It's not being mean. It's not being, listen, watch the word, listen to the words coming out of my mouth right now. Okay? It's not mean to say no if someone energetically respects you. it's, it's not mean. It's not mean to say energetically no if someone respects you. Is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like there's something important about this because like I feel like this is not necessarily in relationality to a particular person, is what I keep on seeing. It's not about, I keep on saying this is not, this is a much bigger issue. I'm seeing in relationality to, I see some kind of like work that you're doing as it relates to understanding that when we care about each other, we hold our points of view sacredly, which is the space by which, again, and I need to point this out, like when we have different points of view, it's a good thing, right? It's a good thing, right? We are appreciative of it because when we are in a space of being expansive, the ability to see others like the others' possibilities, it allows the context by which, you know, when you're trying to work towards clarity, it's not about being right. It's about having the right view, is what I keep on hearing. It's not about, and this is why you got to understand that if you're in an argument, like like there's no winning an argument. right? A good argument is one that like you move out of it and everybody feels like it's like the happy medium by which everybody arrives to a conclusion that feels like we can like that feels practical. And I feel like that's really important because I feel like there's something that's coming through in relationality um to like working. And I keep on hearing that like this is kind of the conversation that you have to have with someone, which is to say, you don't need to believe something to hold another person's beliefs energetically sacred, which is the space by which you say like, and we've seen this, like it's the understanding of the respect that we give to one another. Like I might not have the same opinion as you on everything. Like we might have way different points of view in relationality to something we believe or something we hold on to. But I can hold, as long as like I keep on hearing, like if you're not hurting anyone through that, I can hold it energetically sacred. Unless again, like unless, right? Unless I see something, like I want you to think we're gonna talk through this. Unless I see something that I personally feel is actually causing pain, if there's something that needs to be addressed that I see that I don't think is energetically positive or restorative, then that is the vehicle by which I bring my love to you, which is the moment and the modality that I say there might be something that I think that you're missing, right? The ability to articulate the energetic concern that is such that says, and honestly, like here's the thing, if I hold what you do sacredly, then unless you're doing something that hurts somebody, like if you're doing something, unless you're doing something, honestly, like unless you're doing something that I think is actually causing pain, you go on with your bad self. Like, like that, like that is what we mean. Like you go on with your bad self, right? And if I see, but if I see you doing something, you know what I mean? Like, and that's how we care for each other, right? Which is the space by which we say that the ability to like feel like be in our intention is the space by which we can all harmonize together, unless unless you're doing something that creates like something that is like, I see the fact that there isn't something there that is restorative, at which point it would be my responsibility to kind of call you out on that. And that's how we express our care, right? We celebrate, we celebrate as much as possible, and we call caution when there's something that feels like it's concerning. And I feel like that is the only, like I feel like there's something about this here where I don't know why I keep on getting this. Um we don't like we work like we work to try not to take things personally, is what I keep on seeing. And that's why I feel like I feel like there's a space, but and I feel like there's a few, like there's a couple different spaces I feel like you're having to facilitate this in relationality to energy around you right now, which is the amplification about like what is bothering another person, like in terms of something like something that feels like it's restorative of the self, right? Because it's like I keep on hearing this is why we don't nitpick each other, right? This is why we don't like get into that space of like being too overly like touchy, because typically when we start nitpicking, it's usually a good sign that we're projecting for that reason, right? Like when we start nitpicking, we are often projecting because it's often the space where it's like it's not about being perfect, right? Because if you're looking for perfection, like it's really easy to find things that are going to bother you. But when you're trying to work towards creating perfection, suddenly, it's like things are not a big deal. So I feel like there's something important about that. And I feel like there's something important because I keep on seeing the space that you and another person carry the same wounds. You've got the same triggers. And that's why it's hard when you and another person have the same triggers, because it requires you to kind of step forward and to allow for the compassion to energetically guide you, right? Don't allow yourself to be triggered. And it doesn't mean you're always going to be perfect, right? But I keep on pointing out, like, the space by which we articulate and say, I feel like someone's saying, like, I almost hear someone saying, you're always like this. And I feel like the way you kind of arrest that is saying, I know I'm always like this. I'm trying to do better, right? It's not the space of always, it's the recognition of what we're trying to do in a different fashion. So make sure that you're not speaking hyperbolically, and make sure that you're also like working through that with others, right? Which is the space by which you can take accountability and say, I know I have those tendencies. What you're experiencing right now is me doing the work to try to actively change it. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the Two of Wands, right? The healthy conversation is never fortified by hyperbole, right? The moment when, this is why we're not hyperbolic when we talk to each other, because the space where someone says, like, always or never, like, it doesn't allow the context of changing. So make sure that you're not speaking hyperbolically. If you're catching yourself, say, like, I'm working on that. And again, you can take accountability if you said something in the past, right? You can say that, be like, that was something I should not have done, right? And often it's in the space that we are able to amplify when another person is holding hyperbolically towards us. We can kind of talk towards what we're working to heal. So if you're doing that work, like I keep on seeing, make sure you're not being triggered. Allow it to kind of fortify the healthy conversation. Because I keep on saying, sometimes it's not the point of pushing forward. Like, it's the surrender that we find in accepting what another person is articulating to us and saying that is true, but that has nothing to do with this. Right? Like I said, like I know you saying, like, that may be true, but what does that have to do with this? Right? Like, make sure that someone is not, or like, you're not bringing something to someone else and they're bringing something else up and going, well, yeah, that might be true, but you're changing the subject, right? Just be like, I keep on hearing, like, reorient the conversation. Think about that reorientation point. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Erica. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list for tomorrow, you can get on the list. You'll be the third person read for. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. All right. And also, friends, we're at 69.5K likes. When we get to 100K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. I'm still looking for Tate and Nicole. We already did the collective, Mona. It'll be up. It's over on the place where we keep the videos and photos if you'd like to see the full reading. Popsicle, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew, dear. All right. Thank you. And thank you, Stuff, for the follow. I can see you, like, doing that work and not overgiving. That's what I meant in relationality to that. Like I feel like it's also you not taking other problems like internalizing others' problems on you, you know? I know. Did you see those cards, Cool Beans? I just did that with my hand. Oh, did you? I mean, I love the beach. It's interesting to navigate. Hi there, Bridget. Thank you as well, Sue. Oh, sending you so much support, dear. I'm kidding. That does not sound lame. I'm jealous, except that part. Yeah, exactly. I said that to them. Listening, period. Yes. Yes. Okay, my flight. Everyone over giving. Yeah. Thank you, guys. It's coming. Yeah, it's coming to an agreement, right? Yeah. It's not, I keep on hearing, it's like, I feel like you can't come to an agreement and being like, look how much more I've suffered. Like, it's like, it's just coming to an agreement point. Yeah. It's so hard when you work on yourself. I know. I'm sending you so much support on that, dear. And I keep on hearing, it's not selfish if it's reciprocal. If it's something that you would easily give another, it's not selfish. You know that. And Pops, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Saying no is something you have to learn by not feeling guilty by doing it. It can take years. Tap to claim for exactly. Yeah, what's up with that? If I'm not hurting you, if I'm not hurting you, what's the problem? It's really that simple. Yes, she does. And she did one earlier. Yes, thank you, Mona. It's not an attack. You're so welcome. I actually care. Very aware that Yeshua loves us, Alexander. Yes. I don't think Yeshua could lose us if they wanted to. I feel like that was a big part of Yeshua's message. I think he was What are we repenting on? I mean, again, I know you're using a lot of those words, but I need you to be a bit clearer in terms of it. And again, you're welcome to stay, so long as you're not trying to create fear. Actually, a lot of Yeshua's messages was about the space of not approaching the world with fear. So I hope that you're able to embrace the same space of love that a lot of his missives came to us in the same energy as. Wishing you support and healing on your journey. Yes, I'm trying to do that. I won't do less. Yeah. Yes. I do catch myself. Yes. And one moment. Okay. Again, Alexander, I mean, that's a lot of really mean things to say. And I like to point out that in none of the teachings of Yeshua that you're bringing up did he ever threaten to harm anyone in that way. So I hope that you if you're going to say those things, I just wish you wouldn't attach Yeshua's name to it, because you understand that's not their message, that's yours. Wishing you so much support and healing on your journey. All right. I appreciate it. No, I've got your message. Thank you for letting us know, and I hope you find the healing you're seeking. All right, friends, we're going to continue right now. And again, you're welcome to stay here. The only rule I have, the same rule Yeshua had, you can stick around as long as you're nice. Okay, as long as you're nice, then you're welcome to stay. Okay, of course. No, it's cool. I get it. Listen, I know it. Listen, it's rough right now. Yeah, and I got to tell you, we got a lot of retrograde energy. It builds into the space of fear. But again, as long as you're not going to be in a space of judgmentalness, you're welcome to stay and take part in these messages. All right. Let's continue right now. The next person, I'm still looking for Nicole or Tate. And if not, the next person on the list for today is Hannah. Hannah, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. I don't know. I got a bunch of Nicole. No, I got 2 Nicoles on the list right now, Nikki. I didn't think I saw you get on the list. I think these are other Nicoles. Where these Nicoles have gone, I do not know. No, I know one Nicole asked to be put on the list for tomorrow. I'm looking for second Nicole. I'm looking for second Nicole. I'm looking for Tate, and I'm looking for Hannah. Nicole, Tate, or Hannah, if you're here, where are you? Let me know. If not, we're going to be moving into 1 cards in just a moment. It's a lot. We need a system. We need a system. I'll be your Nicole. Other Nicoles. All right, where were we? Maria, it's not about picking. We're about to get started on 1 cards though. So if anybody does want a 1 card reading, you can just become a subscriber and you will have a 1 card reading. Also, for those joining us across the place where we keep the videos, you can also get a 1 card if you become a member there. All right, I'm just going to take a moment. All right. Right back at you, Alexander. Girl, thank you. I do my best, Oracle. Okay, where were we? All right, so it looks like I'm not sure where Tate went. I'm not sure where Nicole's went. All right, we are going to start with the 1 card readings for subscribers. If you are a subscriber and would like a card pulled, go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you would like to become a subscriber, you can hit that button at the bottom of the screen, hit that subscribe button, you'll be eligible for a card. Also, if you are a subscriber and would like an animal spirit guide card, make sure that you've recharged your heart knees and you'll be able to have the animal spirit guide card too. Melly, Melly. I'm not pointing any fingers. Melly. All right, where are we? Okay. Bridget, 1 card on counterpart connection, please. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Hold on a minute. Woof. Oh my gosh, we got 2 cards. And they're both no, they're 3 cards. Ah, dude, this is like, I feel like there's somebody right now who is like this is giving me some kind of energetic counterpart that feels like really cooped up right now. I think I keep telling you, like I keep on seeing some kind of situation. I told you, like they're going like stir crazy. They're like, I gotta get out of like they're breaking. I keep on saying they're breaking an energetic cycle, you know? They're like this, and I feel like the thing about it is they're recognizing their own tendency, right? Like this is saying to me, they're like, oh, like I feel like it's them kind of having like, I like to point this out. A good manifestation is helping us see what we need to change in order to do something in a better way. And I keep on seeing that like someone is recognizing, like I almost see some kind of tendency of someone that like it's like they're healing their loneliness by like being able like they're healing their relationships by coming into a space of being able to learn how to savor their solitude is what I keep on seeing, right? Like there's a lot of this energy here, but I feel like it's rough. It's like rough because I feel like they're like working through feeling energetically cooped up with themselves. But that's why I keep on seeing like someone like potentially making plans. Like I keep on seeing some kind of trip energy around someone. There's a lot of that. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, I keep on seeing this. Like I feel like there's somebody being like, I need to get like they're like they're recognizing their tendency to like get in like their own headspace. And like I keep on hearing like they're like I keep on hearing someone say like when I like the lonely me makes bad decisions is what I keep on hearing someone say. I've got your counterpart, like having a breakthrough, going, "Oh wait, the lonely me makes bad decisions." But like, I don't even feel like it's bad decisions. It's like they're recalibrating that by making healthier choices, right? Like that's what I'm effectively seeing. Animal spirit guide for Bridget. Yeah, the fox, right? Like I told you, like I feel like this is them. Like the first thing they were doing was like putting a stop to energy around them, but this is them doing the deeper work of internal like the internal like the like the energy that's like, oh wait, I also see my own energetic tendencies, right? It's like them being like, it's like, oh, it's like a little bit of that. One card for Melly. Highest priority message, please. We've got the King of Cups in its reversal. Um, this feels like somebody really wants to apologize to you. What did they do? This is heavy. Bottom of the deck. Did someone lock themselves out of their life? Out of your life? You know, I keep on hearing we say what we mean what we say. We don't say things to get our way. You know, like I feel like someone going into some kind of contemplation point of, thank you, Bridget, like, of like I keep on seeing like it's almost like someone who like realizes that there's some distance from you, but they're also recognizing like the situation by which they were like saying something that they didn't mean, expecting some kind of like reactivity, right? Like, oh man, animal spirit guide. Yeah, you know, like that's the thing about it. Like this is why we don't just like say anything that comes to our head, you know, because like I keep on seeing, like I almost see somebody in some contemplation being like, I didn't realize that was the last time I was going to see that person, right? It's like the appreciation that we hold as it relates to where we leave conversations, you know. Thank you for subscribing, Cool Beans. Yeah, Yasha was dope. All right, where are we? All right. I had a lot of great good things to say. Maria, thank you for subscribing as well. But like, I think that there's something too, like this feels like, I feel like there's something important about me bringing that. Like the one thing I keep on hearing too Like, and I feel like there's something important about that, Melly, which is like I keep on seeing um, like I keep on hearing an apology is not conducive in terms of what one gets back from it, right? It's a space by which we articulate our own feeling in relationality to like I keep on hearing like the healthy apology is not one that feels like it's energetically conditional upon something. I'm not sure why that message is coming through, but it does feel to me like someone's thinking about you in like a really like heavy way. I got you, dragons. One card, highest priority, please. Um, Page of Cups in its reversal. Um, I feel like I just see some kind of situation or circumstance wherein, you know, this is like, I feel like this is you just being a lot more conscientious with who, like being much more intentional as it relates to, like, I'm not even gonna say like relationships, but even friendships, you know? Like there's something about like I feel like there's like almost like a maturation that you're building right now in friendship, which is like the space by which yeah, like the magician energy, right? Like the relation the friendship that like celebrates like this that celebrates what we're energetically creating instead of demanding more of each other from it, right? Like it's a little bit of like I keep on seeing like I feel like there is some kind of like maturation process that you're going through right now. And I feel like it's a little bit like I see like it's a little bit difficult because I see this like I almost see like you trying to find like finding like someone who like does something you do or like shares your passion in some kind of way, shape, or form. Animal spirit guide, especially, yeah, especially with the cow, right? It's like, how do I describe this best? It's like it's kind of it's interesting too because with the cow it's like it's saying to me it's like the do nothing energy almost like the space by which one is able to build into that like you it's like the I keep on hearing like the energetic connection that doesn't feel like it's like the it adds more like weight to you but just feels like it's energetically supportive to you if that makes sense. He was a great guy. Hi there, Craigers. Thank you for the heart knees. May I have one card regarding the connection? Okay, got you, Chris. Melly, I was coughing because I was encouraging you to recharge your heart May if you wanted the animal spirit guide card. Okay, Chrissy, one card regarding connection, please. All right, the Queen of Swords in its reversal. Um, I'm not sure. Like, I every time, like, I feel like there's something. I keep on seeing like there's something about the healthy connection that is working into the space of being able to like energetically let go of the past but I keep on seeing it's like it's not about letting go of the past it's like the ability to be able to articulate upon the past that allows the context and being able to articulate like what one is trying to do in a better way. um, I feel like there's like and this is what I keep on seeing like the healthy relationship is one that one is able to clearly identify and articulate what one is looking for. So make sure someone is not just like gravitating to you is what I see. Like make sure someone is not just like talking about missing you but talking about like what they want to create with you. Bottom of the deck, yeah, especially with the Queen of Cups in its reversal. I think there's something important as it relates to the healthy relationship that honors your feelings, which is a relationship that doesn't leave you wondering or waiting what's like upon what's going on, but the energy that's able to give you like clear clarity in terms of what you mean to them. Animal spirit guide card, please, for Chrissy. Yeah, the eagle, right? Like it's the energy that says like we tell each other like it's the energy that says you should know like the like immature energy will often be like, oh, well, you should know. But like, it's nice to hear it. Like, it's the affirmation or the re-articulation of like what we mean to each other, that like reaffirms our own commitment in terms of what it is that we're creating, right? The relationship that doesn't leave you wondering where it's going, but gives you clarity in terms of what one's intention is. Thank you. And thank you, Maria, for subscribing. Cool beans, one card, highest priority, please. um, Four of Pentacles. You know, I feel like there's something important here. As it relates to like finding some kind of point of stability for yourself. Like there's something, I feel like this is like, I see you like working on something. Like I feel like there's a lot of like effort here that I see that you're doing. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the King of Cups. Um like I keep on, don't let someone trivialize something that's important to you, is what I keep on seeing. Like when we care about each other, um, we hold things with the same reverence that we do. And it's interesting too, because I started doing this reading and my throat chakra like started to like seize up a little bit. And I think that that's important because, um, like I keep on seeing that like there's like, don't let yourself be triggered by another person um being triggered by you. Just like you can articulate and see it and like allow it to just fortify. Like don't, it's sometimes I keep wondering, sometimes like others are triggered by us not because there's something that we're doing wrong, but because they haven't, like because they haven't worked through the space of the self. So make sure that you're identifying if there's something that you could be doing better. But if not, like don't let another person's projections affect you, is what I keep on seeing. Animal spirit guide card for cool beans. Yeah, like you've got the like you got the blank animal manifestation card, which is to say that like, I see you in the space of like, taking new approaches to things. And I keep on seeing that like that ability of doing something differently is like, I feel like I keep on hearing the guide say it looks good on you. But like if you're trying to do something in a different way and it feels like it's positive and it's triggering another person, I keep on hearing it's not selfish if it's reciprocal. If it's something that you would eagerly desire to see in another person, like it's not you being selfish. It's something that is energetically shared. So make sure that you're like not working through anyone who's being more passive aggressive around you. A healthy something that is good to work upon is something that can be mutually spoken about, is what I keep on saying. It doesn't kind of require us to put like the binoculars on to figure out what's going on with another person. Minnie, I got you, dear. One card on why divine partnership has not come in. Do you want it to at this time? I'm not sure why, but it almost feels to me like there's some kind of plan that you're moving towards, and like the divine partner, like divine connection would confound it or something, is what I keep on seeing. Make sure you're not putting like oppositional manifestation goals out, which is like the space. And I keep on seeing like if you're like moving towards counterpart, but you're also feeling that space of wanting to do something in a different way, like allow that adaptability to kind of like shape and amplify what it is that you're trying to do better, is what I keep on seeing. um Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like especially with the Page of Pentacles in its reversal, I keep on seeing something here in relationality to being able to articulate and express like making sure, like, would partnership be able to facilitate you doing something in a direction here? Because I feel like if there's something about you looking for counterpart, but then feeling an inclination to go somewhere, like I keep on hearing, those might not be oppositional directions, is all I keep on hearing. Animal spirit guide card, yeah, especially with the adder, like following that intuition, or like understanding that those might not be separate journeys, but all the same. Much the same work. Got you. Erica, one card on counterpart, please. Ace of Wands, focusing on the practical, focusing on what you're trying to do in a better way. Allow for a lot of that creativity to guide you right now. Again, yeah, the World card, right? The healthy space is understanding what we like, where we have been, but versus what we're trying to do better. And I feel like that's a lot of that space by which you're identifying what you're trying to do in a different way. It's the space, like, don't like, it's not about, I keep on hearing, it's not about the way we always are, but it's what we're trying to change, right? It's like sometimes being like the accepting and being like, I understand that this is what I'm trying to do in a different way. Animal spirit guide card is the dog, right? Like the ability to understand the pathwork of the self that we're trying to improve upon, right? It's not about how we always are, it's about what we're trying to do better. We're trying to make or sell, be successful, okay, or would it be better to just focus? So we've got one card right now, and Theo, so let me give you a card in relationality to that pathwork. It feels like it's a solution to a problem. You know, it feels like it's like mutually beneficial in some way, right? Like something that helps you or something that becomes a part of an energetic process. Yeah, especially with the Emperor. Like it almost feels like the expansion of a toolkit in some way, shape, form, or fashion. It's like, I keep on hearing like I already got it, animal spirit guide, honing the craft, right? Is it really doing something different, or is it something that you're honing the craft upon? You know, it's funny. I swear those people, if you hear them, thank you. Are you and Theo usually on the other app? Welcome. We have all had that one person we could call. Yep. You're welcome, Bridget. Maria, one card for Maria, please. Highest priority messages from Spirit. The Queen of Pentacles. Make sure that you're focusing and building a point of stability in relationality to working through the feelings to be able to articulate. Like I keep on hearing. I already know what I was going to say. Yeah. Five of Pentacles in its reversal, right? Your emotions are honored by being able to understand what the emotions are asking for. So make sure that you're doing that work and being able to communicate what the emotional need is, rather than just the fact that you have the emotions, like, or helping someone else through that, right? Like identifying the emotions that feel fortified by being able to articulate what they're asking for. Animal spirit guide for Maria, the cat, right? Like we don't honor the emotions just by doing what we feel, right? Like the emotions, that's someone who's being like that's being emotionally led. Like, we understand and recognize why we feel what we feel, to understand the validity of something that we're moving towards versus something that we're working to heal from. Makes sense. I figured, yep, I was going to say that. Yeah, I'll let that serve as confirmation if you're already feeling that, Minnie. I was looking, I didn't see Alexandra's question. If I missed it, please post it again. And yep. Yes, thank you as well. Yep, excellent. Okay. Hold on, I'm just trying to, I got them light. I got there, that's better. Sorry, the sun is very bright right now. Okay. One card, please, on potential paths for career. I got you, Alexandra. One card, please, for Alexandra on potential paths for career. Slow and steady is what I keep on seeing. One thing at a time. Like I feel like this is some kind of moment right now where you're building momentum, which says like focusing on consistency. Bottom of the deck, yeah, the Four of Wands, like allow consistency to move you towards breakthroughs. Animal spirit guide, please. Air dragon, right? Like I keep on seeing like being patient with yourself and like allowing inspiration to guide you in the process. Okay. Thank you, Josephina, for the follow. Tate, I'm sorry, dear. I didn't see you before, and I do have a hard stop, but I'm happy to put you on the list for tomorrow. I'll have you third on the I'll have you third on the list for tomorrow, if that helps, and I'll give you an additional card. Okay, and I apologize for that, dear. Okay, where were we? I got you. All right, and thank you for understanding, Tate. I appreciate that. Highest priority for Tate, please. Highest priority for Tate. Queen of Wands. I feel like this is you. I see you kind of like working and focusing on the self. I also see you like addressing situations from a point of calmness or like building into that pathwork of stability. So I keep on hearing like, keep on doing that work. It looks good on you. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. Star energy. Like, I feel like this is you like working through vulnerability, but feeling the vulnerability that becomes a strength, right? Like there almost feels like you're going through like a little bit of a maturation process. Animal spirit. And thank you so much, Tate, for being here. And I'll give you an animal spirit guide because I know, I know that there's been a little bit of confusion with your reading. The fox, right? Looking towards the past, but appreciating it because it's like the pathwork of wisdom is the ability to see something, right? And not be energetically impacted by it. I almost see you like navigating something by way of like recognizing and identifying what you could be doing better. So let that, I keep on hearing like, allow that to continue moving forward in that way. All right, for Nikki, one card on things to consider regarding partnership right now. I keep on seeing like asking for things, but like feeling safe to ask for things is what I keep on hearing. Yeah, like it's the energy of saying no trouble at all. Like the trouble by which we don't feel like asking for things is not being needy. I feel like this is you and another person like healing through that by finding ways to communicate like I keep on hearing like it feels good to be needed is what I keep on hearing. Animal spirit guide, yeah, especially with the swan, right? Like I see you and another person like talking about how hard it is for you to communicate in that way. But I keep on seeing it's like that's why like you have to think about it as something that you're learning to do, something you're getting stronger with. You're welcome, dear. Queen of Cups, yes, love that for me. Confusion here. Posting again. Yeah, I don't know why it didn't come through the first time. I definitely need to get a read for this later. Absolutely. All right, guys, final call for anyone who is, oh, Ava, I didn't see your card. I didn't see you post before. Can you just repeat what your question was? Just waiting for you, Ava. I know. One card on how they're feeling. I feel like I see someone trying to heal, like coming into that space of recognizing like what they can do better, like trying to work through something and trying to identify what they could do in a better way. Yeah, I feel like I see somebody deeply in contemplation in terms of something that happened between you and them, you know, like there's a lot of that energetic heaviness here. Animal spirit guide for Ava. Yeah, the cow, right? Like I feel like it's the energy that like is working towards like trying to identify and articulate like what they could be doing in a better way going forward, you know? All right, friends, final call for anyone who is a subscriber who has not had a card pulled. I know, I think it's interesting they've got the horns. Thank you to everyone who's been here today and received messages. Just a reminder, we will be back on tomorrow at our usual time, 8 a.m. PST, 11 a.m. Eastern. If you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the fourth person read for. If you also just became a subscriber today, welcome. I would encourage you to head over to our subscriber-only Discord channel, introduce yourself to the collective. You'll also find there in the perks section a special coupon code for our tarot class subscription program. Our next class is going to be on August 13th. We'll be focusing on the Tower card. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. You're on. Thank you for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. Thank you, Kay Megan, for all of your help today. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.